Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5 seconds, 4, 3, 2, 1, and visualize live.
Hello and a very good morning to you and welcome to SewingStreet. I'm Debbie Shaw and I'm going to be with you all the way through to 1 o'clock today. So it's myself and Delphine today, and we've got some great products. We've got some of your favourites and we've got some bargains as well, as you would expect, every morning at 8 o'clock from our early bird. Which are 3 sets of pins. Look at these, £11.97 your price, and there's a reason for all of these being put together. We've got the Quilters brass basting pins. Now these are a really strong brass pin. They're not going to rust at all because they're brass, and they don't slip around inside your fabric. So if you're making something, maybe it's a long-term project like a quilt, and you're at risk of storing it somewhere that may be a little bit damp, you're not going to get those grey marks on your fabric. Equally well as if you're going to use these for alterations or anything like that. Then we have the blanket ring, so designed for when you wrap a blanket or a shawl around you, maybe the shawl that we had in Sam's show yesterday afternoon. Fasten that off your shoulder and fasten it over with a pin. And equally well is the skirt pin, which I think these can be used as decoration as well. And if you've got smaller items that you want to hang up, you could actually put those into a pin board and hang them. So it's an early bird. So £11.97, I'm afraid, is just not good enough. So we're going to take it down by half. Well, we have the stock. So these are now £5.97 for all three. Now you can order as many of those as you like. So if you want to really stock up, then do feel free. Go for as many as you can while we have the stock. Now the idea is that you spend your £5.97. You will have £4.95 postage to pay, so that makes it not worth it in my eyes. But once your basket is open, order something else. Just make it worth your while because there's only one postage to pay all day. So if you want to come back, you don't have to buy any fabric, you don't have to buy a sewing machine, don't have to spend a lot of money. But if you need extra needles, if you need some thread, if you need something else small, have a look on the website, and it's almost like anything else that you order is postage free. So we put all of your orders together. So check out, go all the way through and pay for these all throughout the day, and then just before midnight we gather all your orders together and send them out all in one lot. Well, with one lot of postage. They may come from different suppliers occasionally, but everything will only have one postage with it. So that is your early bird while we have the stock. But you know, if you were watching yesterday, Hannah was in a particularly good mood, wasn't she? She wasn't this morning. But she's given herself a talking to, and she's in a really good mood now. So she's going to bring you 2 early birds this morning. There weren't 2 early birds first thing this morning, but there are 2 early birds this morning now. And we're going to have a late bird as well, but I haven't said that. Early birds and late birds. So this is one of your favourite products. It is ideal, it's a fusing mat, but it's ideal if you are using a plique. Delphine, who's going to be joining me later on, is going to be demonstrating this as well. So if you're wondering what on earth it's all about, stay tuned in the 11 o'clock hour, and she'll demo what you're going to do with it. So there are 2 parts. Great way of building up your applique, using it with your bonder web and your heat and bond, and keeping everything together before you transfer it over to your fabric. Okay, so £24.99 is great value, but it's an early bird and she's in a good mood. So it's £19.99. Well, we have the stock. Okay, shouldn't really have done that one, but you know we have. Hello Anne and Donna, morning, looking forward to today's shows, jolly good. Morning Jan, she's morning Debbie and everyone, morning to you too. Those are messages coming through on Facebook. If you want to send us a message, then feel free. We are on Facebook right here in the studio now as we speak, or you can email the studio if you wish, at studio@SewingStreet.com. And that's comments, come and let us know what you're doing, what are you sewing, where are you? And of course, if you have any questions at all, sewing related, of course, then do come through and ask them. Right, back to our second early bird, because if you were going to buy this fuser mat elsewhere, you'd be paying a little bit more. £24.50 in Hobbycraft for this one. Well, we can beat that one. Wait, £19.99. Absolutely. Oh gosh, getting really busy for this one now. You do get both parts to it. And obviously it's going to protect your work, it's going to protect your ironing board, it's going to protect your applique pieces as well. It's big as well, isn't it? It's like A3 size. Didn't think they were going to be this big. And it's made from silicone. I think it's recommended that you use a pressing cloth with it as well. But again, we'll go into more details. Oh, that is your pressing. Sorry, I've not used one before. That is your pressing cloth. Oh, so it's that way up, isn't it? But again, stay with me until 11 o'clock and Delphine I'll be explaining how we're going to do it. So we suggest using an ironing board or oh, that was quick. That's a bit of wood. And then peel it off. Easy peasy, but lots of different uses for that one as well. And again, at £19.99 is all you're going to be paying for that. We've had a message from Kate. Hello, Kate, who says, wow, best early bird ever. Thank you, Hannah. The mat is brilliant for applique. I wouldn't be without mine. Oh, good. I think I might be having to invest in one of these if we've got any left at the end of the day. Right, let's roll that back up again. And again, Joy's at 11 o'clock. And in fact, let's have a look at what's coming up the rest of the day. We love Moda. We've got lots of Moda fabrics coming up for you in just a second. And then at 9 o'clock, we have Delphine again with Sanderson Cozy Gathering Quilt. It's huge. It's almost 2¼ meters square. But Delphine says it's really easy. So it's made from really big blocks. I would imagine that's going to come together really quickly, but it's so impressive and I love the colours. And again, it's Sanderson, so you've got lovely quality there as well. At 10 o'clock, we've got bag making fabrics and tools. Oh, we've got canvases and Panama and the big rolls of fusible fleece and hardware and all kinds of stuff for the bag maker. And then at 11 o'clock, Delphine's designs with the lady herself. So we've got the hedgehog and the hare look. There's the baby cow and the baby lamb, and we've got the year of the horse panels. Oh, and the velvet one as well with the birds in the trees. All those coming up at 11 o'clock. And then we've got fabric panels, a whole hour of fabric panels with savings on them at 12 o'clock today. So that's what we've got. So if you want to get ahead of the game, then take a look at the website, which is SewingStreet.com. And then, that's how you can order, or you could order on the phone lines 0800 001 4433. But if you have a quick look on the website, you can see everything that we've got in all of the shows that we have for you this morning, so you can get ahead of the game. I know certainly in yesterday's shows, by the time we got to 12 o'clock, we've got quite low stocks of things because people were just shopping so far ahead. So good for you. Have a flick through and see if there's anything that you want to come and join us for, anything you'd like to pre-order, or anything that you just want to stock up on. We've got a brand new collection from Moda for us. This is really exciting, and I love the bright and the fun and the flowers and the gorgeous colours that you see here. And look how much you're getting in that. I mean, when we say mega, there's an awful lot of fabric in this, isn't there? And you're getting a metre free. So there's 11 metres in total. So let's just open some of these up. And they're lovely quality as well from Moda, of course, premium quality fabrics. This is like a mosaic, isn't it? We've got all the different shapes in the background, almost pebble-like. And the floral one is just so much fun. That says summer to me. This is interesting as well because you've got the brightly coloured flowers, but there's also kind of a cross stitch in the background. And another one of the one that looks like a mosaic. I'm sure these have all got individual names, but I don't know what they are. Too many. And a teal green as well. What a lovely classic colour. Oh, mandalas. Look at that one. Gorgeous colours, aren't they? Love these greens. That's another one with a cross-stitch background. And then deep purples and plums, so a couple of those. So you'll see repeats on the prints, but don't they look different in different colours? Oh no, it's still going. Still going. Not even halfway down yet. Right, I'll go through really quickly because we might need to do something about that price, I think. She's still in a good mood. Right, so that and that. One of those, and that one, and then more, and that, and that, and that. Oh, right. So purples and teals, always really popular colours, and I love that this been splashed with a little bit of cerise and the turquoises in the flowers, and everything just works together so well, but I think it's so cheery. Okay, you can see the blue arrows. So we're going to take off the price of 1 metre, so that's taken it down to £179.80, you're saving £70 off the usual. And we've got split pay as well. So you can split the cost into 3 equal interest-free payments. Imagine the size of the quilt that you can make with all of that. Wouldn't that be beautiful? But not just for quilting, it's for the bag maker, it's for the dressmaker. I just think it's so uplifting as a colour palette. I think it's gorgeous. I don't even have a favourite. I think I like these plums. But there again, I like spring and summer at the moment. All of these are available by the half metre as well. So have a look on the website and that'll give you the individual pictures. And of course you can place your order that way as well. So which one leaves? I like that one, do you know? I do like that one. So, because I'm seeing sunshine even though it was pitch black. So it was so foggy yesterday morning when I came to work, and this morning it was nice and fresh. But pitch black. But we do get the flowers coming up in the garden now, so this is, my garden's not going to look exactly like this, but in my mind, that's what it's going to look like. But I just love these kind of uplifting colours. They're nice to work with, they're nice to wear, and they're nice to have around the house. I think they're gorgeous. We have Susie Duncan, hello. She said, what a glorious array of colour and design, brightens any day and inspires so many projects. I think you're right. I think you're right. Can't help but smile when you're working with fabrics like these. I would be, I think, if I had this collection, I'd be doing patchwork, but I like to get things started and finished all in one day. So I don't, excuse me, I don't very often make a quilt. But I do like patchwork. So a smaller patchwork, maybe a table runner or a bed runner. If I had a conservatory, then this decor, I think, would be very nice. But I do like to, we've got some of those like padded seats outside with waterproof covers on, which aren't the prettiest things and not really very comfortable. So I do like to throw cushions and throws all over the place in the summer when we're sitting outside. So this would be a nice outdoor range. So it's cushion covers, I think, would be lovely. Patchwork in the middle, and then a nice big border of one of the plainer fabrics, I think, around the edge, with mitered corners, because you know how I love a mitered corner. I get very smug when I've done a really good mitered corner. Morning, Jeanette, she's on Facebook as well. So yes, I'd be doing things like that, I think. Bit of patchwork in the middle, nice big border, and then a zip back, because it's more cost effective as far as your fabric's concerned. So I save a little bit of fabric there as well. Oh, and then of course I'd have to make a bag. And then I think I'd have to make a nice lining for a bag. And if there's any left over, a lining for a jacket would be nice as well. Oh, we've got less than 20 of these left now. Oh, let me know what you're going to make with it. Are you buying it just because you love it? Or are you buying it because you have a particular project in mind? Or is this just the kind of colours that you love to work with? So I'm just going to save it until that patchwork jacket pattern arrives, and then I'm going to make myself something to wear. What would you do with it? What's your ideas? Maybe something completely different to what I do with it. So you're going to get a nice heavy parcel in the post with these. Right. Oh, now before I put those away, Hannah has put together a solid bundle for you, which matches, which, you know, you need it, don't you? So although some of these prints are a little bit plainer, pop in your solids there as well, and it really makes your pattern fabric pop. It makes your fabric, your more expensive fabric, go a little bit further. and it kind of gives you a nice border. It makes your printed fabric striking. So I'll just see if I can do that and then do that. So, and these are half meters, aren't they? And 4 of them. So I mean, even if you're going to only go for one fabric, that just goes with all of them, doesn't it? Good job, Hannah. They don't always work, but this one really has. In fact, it goes with everything. Look at that. See, even on the colours, there's no purple and pink in there, but the tones work, don't they? The tones work really well. So that looks lovely. I have a very excited Hannah in my ear. It worked! It matches! Sometimes they don't work. The thing is, when you're choosing fabrics off a website, unless you see them together like this, it's not always easy to get the right colour, is it? But these work absolutely perfectly. Of course, you can buy those on their own. You don't have to go for the kit to have those. It's £15.96, so there is 2 metres of fabric there altogether. It just happens to go really well with the mega bundle that we brought you. Okay, we'll keep reminding you of that one. All right, let's move that out of the way. With this collection also, we have 2 fat quarter bundles. That wasn't very tidy at all, was it? There was a lot of fabric there. Right, so move that. So your half meters will go with these as well. So let's have a look at these. And look how many you're getting. There, all of those. £41.95. So these are all fat quarters, okay? So each one of those, if I just open that up, is that size. So if you're dreaming of a mega bundle, but it's out of your price range, then this is like a mini mega bundle, isn't it? 11 pieces again altogether, but instead of the 1 metres and the half metres, all fat quarters. So you still make a decent sized quilt with that though. And again, go for your solids because they're same range, so they match just as well as well. So I'm still thinking cushion covers, I'm still thinking a little bit of patchwork. Oh, Amanda's message says, "Morning, Debbie. Last day of watching and back to work tomorrow after having shingles." Oh, I get shingles. Not nice at all. Oh, I hope you're okay. Hannah, Susie says, "Nice colour matching." Hannah says, "Thanks." I think I'm piggy in the middle a little bit here. Right, so again, you've got exactly the same colours, and the prints is the big bundle. Just that slimmed down version with fat quarters of each one of those. That one, I think, that's my favourite. If I was going to go for half a metre of anything, I think I'd go for that one, because that's the kind of mood I'm in. There we go. We do have another fat quarter bundle. We are very limited in stock in this one. Very limited in stock. Been really busy this morning. We had hundreds. Oh, I just found those out. So again, we've got all the same prints, slightly different colours in this set. There. 11 pieces again in total, all fat quarters for £49 and 45p. So if you can stretch to the mega bundle, that's where your the value is. That's where you're going to get your biggest saving. But if it's out of your price reach and you love the fabric range, you can choose your own, not in the fat quarters, but in the half metres. If you go onto the website and you say, well, I only want that one and I only want that one, I don't want any of the others, you can absolutely order that way. But if you wanted to go for the lot, then you can do. And there you go. In fact, should we do that? Should we show you? Right. So the one that I liked best. Whoops, that one. If you wanted to order it on its own, it is very limited stock. It's £8.99. If you order more than one unit, it will come to you joined up. So if you need 2 meters, for example, order 4 units and it will come to you in one piece. And that'll go up to probably about 12 meter length. So if you're making things like blinds, that would make a nice kind of Austrian blind like that in the window, wouldn't it? Nice and flat in your bathroom maybe, or in your kitchen. Yeah, it will come to you all joined up. And they're 44 inches or 112 centimetres wide. So that's £8.99. That's the wild and free cream fabric. And there again, those blenders at the side, the solids, which just go so well, as you can see from the picture there. All right. I might match that with the green. We have this in a second colour with a green background, the teal background, I should say. I think that's teal. Right, apparently the colour's called peacock. I did tell you the other day, I can't remember when it was, I used to breed peacocks, and there is one called a Java green. So definitely not an Indian blue, but it could very well be a Java green peacock, that one. There you go. A bit of a poultry boar sometimes, me. Again, £8.99 is your price for that one. Right. Well, apparently Dinah's seen a peacock. Oh, it was at a wedding. They are the most wonderful birds. They are incredibly strong if you've ever tried to catch one. But my neighbours at the time, they said, well, I'm going back quite a while, we used to get phone calls every now and again saying, one of your peacocks is on my roof. So yeah, they fly. You know, they're birds. I'm not clipping their wings, so they used to fly all over the village. I had people trying to catch them. I've got one in my garage. No, just open the door and let it go. It'll fly home again. Don't worry about the peacock. So they will always fly home. And they're surprisingly very quiet. So that really loud screeching noise they will use if they lose each other, or if there's a predator, if a dog or a fox wanders into the garden, they will screech just to let everybody else know that there's danger there. But apart from that, they honk like geese and they're really rather quiet. Well, mine were anyway. Right, shall we have a look at something else? Have a think. I like this mandala type one as well. So we've got a cream one in that one. We've got the peacock and a pink one. There we go. So let's start with the cream one. That's nice and fresh, isn't it? That goes really nice with that one. Oh, with a bit of pink in the middle. That goes really nicely. You know, even if you, just a square of that, a little bit of a border or some piping around the edge of that, and then this is a bigger border around the edge, and that's a really nice cushion cover front, isn't it? So again, that's the cream at £8.90. Well, they're all £8.99, so I'm not going to repeat myself there all morning. They're all £8.99. And should we do the pink one next? So pink and peach with a little bit of mustard on that one. And the peacock. And then finally in that print is the peacock. They do go very nicely together though, don't they? If you just use those three as a project, it will look lovely. And there's your peacock. The mega bundle, by the way, have another look because it's going really quickly. We're down to teens of these now. So right, just bear with me a second, because you get all of these. Oh, that wasn't very neat, Deborah. There we go. And I like the cross stitch effect on this one as well. It's like a trellis. And that and that. I hope I've got them all here. And that. And another one of the tealy colours. And that. and that one, and that one. It's all of this. It's a huge bundle. And we have crushed the price on this one as well. Remember, £179.80 is your price for this one. I haven't finished yet. Oh, and that one. Phew, I think that's it. That's all of them. Right. There's loads of these. The whole complete collection. Your house is going to look amazing. It's going to look like a beautiful summer's day. I'm thinking a tropical summer's day with these kind of colours. What about for dressmaking? If you're going to be making a quilted jacket, which are so popular, with just squares of patchwork, I just think this is going to be absolutely stunning. It's bright and it's bold and it's fun and it's uplifting and it's happy. And I just think it's shouting summertime, which I'd love to shout summertime. It's so miserable at the moment. And it's Moda, so again, you've got a really lovely quality of fabric there as well. And the colours, I just think, are old, so bold. We're down to single figures when everybody's checked out now. It's getting really busy for this one. Do come through and let me know what you're going to make with it. I can't wait to hear what you're going to do with it. I definitely homewares for me with this one, cushion covers. Karen's off to work. She says, sadly, I've got to leave to work. Do you know why I'm going to work? But thank you, Debbie. It's been a joy. Oh, thank you for joining me. That's really sweet of you. Thank you. Oh, do come and say hello. That was one of the emails that came through. Be lovely to hear from you. Let us know what you're up to and what you're sewing, what you're doing. And again, questions that you've got as well. Be nice to hear from you. Okay, that's £179.80, £17 saving. Shall we look at the cross-stitch ones in more detail? They're in 3 colours. Oh. Oh, there's one. And there must be a pink one. Is there a pink one? Oh, bear with me. I can only see 2, Hannah. All right. Deep plum. A plum background. I can't see a plum background. Have I got it in the fat quarters? Go put the kettle on or something. I'm looking, I'm wading through it. That's what it looks like. I can't see it. You do get it, apparently. I can't find that one. Just chat amongst yourselves for a second. I've got it in the fat quarter. I haven't taken it, honestly. That's the print, but you will have ½ metre. That's from the fat quarter bundle, but you will have ½ metre. Shall we look at that one first? I don't know what I've done with that. Anyway, so that's the one with the dark plum background. Oh, it's that way, isn't it? There we go. I like that. It gives a real depth to the fabric, isn't it? Morning, Carol in Somerset. She said, what amazing colours you're bringing us this morning. They are, aren't they? Oh, I love the brights. But you still got, the teal. Remember? We've got the matching. These go so well with those blenders. So this one, well, we're calling it plum. We're calling it plum fabric. And do you know, yesterday we brought you the Robert Kaufman fabric, and that had a really deep plum, and that was really popular as well. Maybe it's the colour of the season. Oh, hello, Claire, on Facebook again. And Martin, good morning to you too. Are you a cowboy? I wasn't being rude, just put a picture of a cowboy on there. Don't know why. So again, that's the plum. We also have the peacock. My main peacock was called Clive. And all of his ladies were named after gemstones. So there was diamond and sapphire and pearl. And they didn't know the names. Again, £8.99 for half a metre. These are by the half a metre, so if you want to order more than one, it comes to you joined up. And then there is the cream background. Go for the plain ones. I like this clean background. I think it gives, a cream's a little bit more classy in some respects than white. And I just think it suits, a white background, they look a little bit too stark, I think. I just think it suits the colours and it really makes them pop, but it just gives a really expensive kind of look to it. Very classy, this one. I've got it upside down, let me just whiz that around. It goes that way up. And this cross stitch or a trellis, always flowers look. I thought it was like a trellis for the flowers to grow up, but these are actually cross-stitch look to flowers. They're gorgeous. Definitely conservatory or the garden for this one. Nice big squashy conservatory cushion. Would be gorgeous. And then blinds. Even if you make like a half blind, or what do they call them, window, the little half window blinds, cafe blinds, weren't they? Cafe curtains. So you can see over the top, it's got a bar across your window and then just have that gathered underneath. With a few eyelets across the top, I think would look absolutely stunning. So you're going to need some kind of lining for it, or interlining or interfacing with it if you're going to use it for curtains. But a little blind like that, you probably wouldn't, well, you would line it, but you wouldn't need the interfacing with it. But I think that would just add a nice splash of colour to a room. And then maybe matching cushions on your conservatory furniture. And you could even make yourself a summer frock. That would be lovely, actually, wouldn't you? Imagine a dress made out of that. That'd be gorgeous. Nice big puff sleeves. Right, we're down to single figures on the mega bundle now. Remember, this is the best value for money because you get your metre for free. And there are 11, was it 11 in total there? So you've got an awful lot of fabric for your £179.80p. Sarah's messaged on Facebook, I think you're right about the colour plum. I was told yesterday by the bra lady that the next fashion colour come out in my favourite bra is plum. Well, there you go, Sarah. We'll never see it, will we? Okay, so that's the cream. Right. Remember, these are all in the mega bundle. You get every single one of them in the mega bundle for £179.80. So all of this lot. A lot of folding and unfolding here, and I still can't find that missing fabric. Those are quite nice as well. They're very different to the rest of the range, aren't they? Shall we have a look at those? So, if you're... Ooh, Hannah suggested a beach bag. That's a nice idea. So definitely one of the big florals for the bag, and then one of these for the lining. That would be stunning. And then you could add pockets on the outside as well. So the pink one, and again, it's got this like mustardy coloured dot in the centre, so you could really pick that colour out if you're going to use this as your main fabric. You could even embroider across some of these as well. A little bit of metallic gold thread would be nice on those. But yes, definitely big floral for the outer if you're making a beach bag, and a nice kind of plainer one for the inside. Would look good with that. The peacock's a little bit more subtle if you didn't want to go quite so bold. So that one is azalea. And then got the peacock one. Almost looks hand-drawn. So just two colours in this one. And the lines are a bit wobbly as well, which is nice. It gives it that handmade, hand-drawn kind of look to it. Hand quilting, and that would be nice, wouldn't it? Some big stitch quilting would look lovely. And then there is the plum, the colour for bras apparently, but not if you're wearing a white t-shirt, of course, which still goes really well with the pink. And then finally is the one on the cream background. So that looks quite fresh and bright. And again, don't forget your solids, because they all go so well together. So solids are 4.5 meters of fabric. These are all pre-cut, so if you ordered more than one, you will get them already cut into 1/2 meter pieces. And there's, I don't know what they're called, but there's the teal and the pink and the cream and the purple, all included in that for £15.96. Oh, Imperial Vanilla, Baltic Bright Pink, and then Baltic, comma, Bright Pink. Oh, Bright Pink. Baltic. Okay. So cotton vanilla, oh, it doesn't matter, does it? You get all 4 of them anyway. You get a green, a pink, a cream and a purple for your £15.96. And they're lovely quality. Right, pop those back. Would you like a closer look at anything else? Okay. We're going to whiz through the other prints. How quickly can you whiz, Hannah? I think you can whiz quicker than your graphics can whiz. Okay, shall we do the mosaic looking ones? So we've got that one. Are you keeping up? We've got that one. And we've got that. Oh, graphics aren't in. Right, I think there's 3 of those, aren't there? Oh, no, there's 4. So we're starting with the deep plum. It's like lava. But it's like, there's little dots around the edge. It's almost like a paisley design. But they look like stitches to me. It looks very, because it's been sewn. But it's very mosaic-like, I think. With the deeper plum and the aubergine, you've got a pink in there as well. But it's quite, I think the design doesn't stand out too much on this one, so that does make it a little bit more subtle. And this one, again, different prints in different fabrics, just make it look very different. So that's the palest one, and this one has that mustardy, greeny colour in the dots, or to me what look like the stitches going all over the place. And then the peacocky colour. That's that one. With a little bit of yellow on there as well. And if you can find that colour, that would look really lovely with this to match, wouldn't it? And then finally is the pink. It's that one. So pink and plum in that one. So again, the design pops a little bit more, I think, in that colour option. So that's those ones. Are we going through them all? Okay, bear with me a sec while I fold up. Remember, these are all part of said mega bundle, of which we're down to single figures now, so not very many of those left at all. Right, so we have these ones, which are shades of one colour, which is quite nice. So that's a little bit different. So we've got the floral designs with the leaves, and it's got that hand-drawn kind of look to stripes in the background as well. That's really different, like that. Have we got any other colours in that? Yes, we do. I'm asking the questions and answering them myself. So there's your pink. I think that's it in that one. Just 2 in that one. And then there's these ones. The flowers are a little bit bigger. In the peacock. And in the plum. Morning, Delia, how are you? Delia's on Facebook. I think there's only one left. which is this one. And we've just got the one in that pattern, haven't we? Oh. That one. So that's the plum. And I think that's it, isn't it? That's it. We got there. We got through the lot of them. That took a while, didn't it? It's such a big bundle. Right, so each at £8.99 if you wanted to go for them for half a metre, but remember these are all available all together in one big bundle with a saving of 1 metre on there. So if you love the whole collection and you can stretch to it, then that's the best value for money to go for. All Moda fabrics, brand new to us today, and just really gorgeous colours. Particularly the plums. We're loving the plums. Right, we have got more in the show. So we've got some panels. These. So let's have a look. Let's have a look at the cream background first, shall we? So definitely the height of summer with this. I'm just making space on my table because it's really big. Oh yes, I'm thinking tequila sunrise and cocktails and maracas in the background. You know what I'd love to be hearing on a beach is kettle drums. I've never been to Jamaica. I'd love to go somewhere like that. Yeah, we've got iris. I don't know what that one is. I don't know what the others are, but I know that's an iris. But look at the colours. They look so hand-painted, don't they? Quite naive kind of paintings. And you can almost see the watercolour and the brush strokes on them. They're really, really fun. Very kind of thing that you put on the wall, wouldn't it? These look lovely in a frame on a wall, just to brighten up. I'm in your conservatory again. And you're getting 4 of those for your £15.99. This is a really big panel. It is 100% cotton and it is Moda as well. Beach bag with those would be amazing, wouldn't it? You'd be able to make a really big bag out of those. But yeah, cushion covers, wall hangings. And if you really want to go to town and embellish these, you can have buttons and beads and fancy threads on there. It's like bugle beads would be nice, wouldn't they? Just around the edge and down the stems would be lovely. You can embroider with your embroidery stitches or cross stitches or daisy stitches or whatever you like to do to hand embroider. Or if you fancy a little bit of free motion embroidery, I think that would suit this because they're very scribbly kind of paintings. And you could just roughly kind of draw around the edge with your thread. We've got some free motion tips coming up later on with Delphine as well. So yeah, that's a really, really big panel. It's huge. I mean, you could use it as it is. You know, put a border around it. You've got a nice lap quilt kind of size with that one, haven't you? Would you prefer a darker background, though? Yeah, would you? Yeah. Maybe you prefer the black background. Oh, now then, these colours are really going to stand out. These are massive. So party by day and party by night. Now the images are the same. It's just the colour background that's changed. But these almost look like stained glass now, don't they? I love the black background. And again, you've got all 4 pieces. This is a really, really big panel for £15.99. It would be a great one, actually, Hannah was saying, to practice free motion embroidery, because it doesn't matter if it all goes a little bit wobbly, because it suits this kind of design. I think they're so pretty, so fun, and very different. You don't see things like this very often, so I think that's quite exciting to have something new like that. Beautiful. Oh, now we do have a couple of fabrics from this range as well. So if you love the print, say, I don't want one of those. I don't want to make a big wall hanging or a cushion cover. I want to make myself a summer dress or a caftan would be really nice. Then let's take a look. Oh. So I'm just trying to be neat. So we've got these. So these aren't panels, these are fabrics, so they're by the half metre. And look at the way that the colours just kind of ombre from the pinks and the oranges to green and the blues and the plums and back again to the oranges at the side. It's very fruity, this one, I think. But we've got, you know, the shells on here. Does look like orange and lime segments. I don't know if it's supposed to be. And then flowers and leaves as well. It's very, very tropical, this one. Very fun. But nice to see those colours. I mean, if you're making a cushion cover, you can have one in those two colours and one in those two colours. But yeah, if you're making binding for a quilt, how fun would that be? Very exciting. Oh, and yes, mixing them up with half square triangles. So you've got some of the solids and some of this. So if you think, oh no, that's a little bit overpowering, you can kind of dilute it down with a plainer fabric. And there's so many colours that you can pick from. I mean, to be honest, our bundle would go really well with this one as well. Look at that. Well, that bundle goes with anything. Hannah's giving herself a very big pat on the back. It's a good bundle. It's gone with everything that we have so far. Yeah, good bundle in that one. Well done, that, Hannah. So, again, if you want to go for the bundle, have a look on the website for those. But this is the ombre leaves flowers in white, so you know what's coming next. It's the ombre leaves flowers in black. Oh, yes. But again, it's not just quilting. I think this would make a little dress made out of that with a gather around the waist like that, so tall frills would be lovely. My granddaughters would hate that. Anything frilly. A shirt would be nice in this, wouldn't it? Or maybe a shirt-style dress. Or Max's got a beachwear, a caftan would be gorgeous. Are you going on any holes? If you're going anywhere sunny and beach like that, I think this is the kind of fabric that you're going to be wearing. It would make an amazing turban, wouldn't it? That would look fantastic. Something to carry your towel in, and maybe maybe quilt it and have something that you can roll out onto the sand when you're sunbathing. Third of the stock's on already of that one. That's quickly. So that's the black background, and you know the two go together. No reason why you couldn't. If you're making something reversible, then that would be really nice. To have the black on the one side and white on the other side would look amazing. But a nice one to have in your stash as well. For that day when you're feeling a bit down and you just want something happy to sew. And selvage as well. If you're cutting into it a lot, so maybe you're EPPing, then you've got lots of colours there as well. Just fabrics. Okay, so that's those ones. What we do next? This is Moda Gradient. And Hannah says she was embracing floral bright colours. And she really, really wants you to have these blenders, because I think she's picked all of the fabrics to go with the blenders because she was so pleased with herself. So this one's floral. So it's a bouquet of summer colours. And in purples and turquoise, look at those. We've got sunflowers in there. So pretty. Oh, she's in a good mood. £8.99 is your price on the screen, but you've got those blue arrows again. We're going down to £6.99, taking £2 off for you. She might just carry this on throughout the day. It is Moda, it is premium quality, it is 100% cotton. There is no reason whatsoever to take £2 off, but that's just the kind of girl she is. So £8.99 down to £6.99 while we have the stock, and there's not very much of that. Not now, there isn't. If you did buy earlier on, by the way, you will still be paying the lowest price. So that one is Bloom's Rainbow. And they do go well together as well. I would maybe break it up a little bit. Just add a little pop of something different as a border, just to split them up a little bit, I think would be nice. But there's so many colours you can choose from to do it. I mean, the purple would be quite nice as well, wouldn't it? Look at that. That goes really nicely. Okay, so details on your screen for that bundle. And then we'll show you, this is, there we go. Yeah, it's a little bit like a tie-dye. Or as if the fabric's been painted and then washed, so it all kind of runs a little bit, so the colours just blend in from one to another. Clever, isn't it? And you're keeping that price at £6.99 again. Blurred rainbow fabric, this one's called. Again, is Moda, and it's a reduced price of £6.99. This hour's gone so quickly, hasn't it? What have we got? About 10 minutes left? And we've still got another bundle to show you. Right. This is, oh, let me just open all this up. This is the last of the stock of this one, of the Moda 30s Playtime collection. And it's a bundle with all of those. But we're going to take £10 off that price for you, so we're going to go down from £71.92 to £61.92 for those. And again, if you've already checked out for those, you do pay the same as everybody else does. That lowest price on your screen is what you're going to be paying. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 in the collection altogether. That's 4 metres altogether. They're so pretty. These would make nice children's clothing, wouldn't they? And I'm always thinking bags. I think the first thing I think of when I look at fabric is that would make a nice bag. But patchwork together, I think, would be lovely. So ignore what it says on your screen with 3 metres. You do get 4 metres of this in total. It's quite a denim blue in the background to this one, with yellows and paler blues and that lovely bright pillar box red. So that's the same print, different colours. Then you've got ditzy flowers in a couple of different colours. Excuse me. This works out at less than £8 for half a metre, and well, at the moment, and we know that Moda would normally be £8.99 for half a metre. So that's a good deal, but it is the last of the stock now, remember. So when it's gone, there won't be any more. Have we got these by the half metre as well? And oh no, we don't. This is it. This is it. There may be 1 or 2 left over on the website, but this is basically the last of the stock that we have. So price gone down, last of stock, beautiful Moda fabric at great prices. I like this one with the apples. I think that's really unusual. And to have it in with the pink on the red background as well. There's loads I can think of I'd do with that one. Now these have been inspired, actually they're very modern prints, but they've been inspired from a vintage print. So I think they've updated it using these really bright modern colours, which are a fabulous idea. Book covers have been nice. If you're making to sell, if you've got summer fates coming up, then you've got some lovely fabric. And all of these colours that we brought to you are so bright, your stand is going to stand out, literally. More than anybody else's because of the fun colours, because people are drawn to things like this, aren't they? But if you could make a whole range of matching stationery things, maybe a folder and a tablet case and a book cover and pencil cases, and have a whole collection of things that you've made that match, people are more likely to buy the lot, aren't they, rather than just dip in and buy 1 or 2 pieces. So if you are making to sell, and you can say that they're made from Moda fabric as well. Yeah. Right. Just want to give you a reminder before we go that Hannah had a bit of a moment this morning and brought you 2 early birds. And one of them was the fuser mat. So do stay tuned if you can, because at 11 o'clock this morning, Delphine's going to be demonstrating it. So if you haven't seen it before, that's it. It just comes in 2 pieces. and it's excuse me, it's big. So it says A3 in size. You do get all the instructions on the packaging, but if you want to see it actually used, then do join us at 11 o'clock this morning. So it's £19.99. That's a £5 saving off the usual. Let's just pop that away, and I've got time to give you a reminder of our huge mega bundle from Moda, brand new collection that we launched today. Oh, which is this one? Which is heavy. And there's lots of it. There is a metre for free, and we are down to single figures for this one. We've got plum, we've got peacock, we've got pink, we've got cream, and same designs repeated in different colours, which makes a fabulous collection. Love the plum colours. The cream's really fresh. The peacock is like a teal colour. These look like mosaic tiles. And this range has got like a cross-stitch design to it. Then we've got really bright florals on teal and cream background, and the mandalas on pink, on cream, and on the teal as well. All of that lot, plus one more that I still can't find, for £179.80. The other one is that. But unless it's fallen off the table, I've got no idea what I've done with that one. But you do get that included as well. So it's all the lot, the whole of those, for £179.80. So you've got a great saving there as well. While we have the stock, but it's been really busy for these. So well done to you for getting hold of yours. We do have all of these by the half metre on the website as well. So if you, I can't go for all of that. One of the fat quarter bundles that we had is sold out. I think we've still got some of the other fat quarter bundles left. But if you just wanted to cherry pick individual flowers, a couple of the half metre versions of these are looking like they're going to sell out. So if you're hovering on the website, then press that checkout button. And while you're there, why not go for the solids? Ooh, because they match perfectly. I had a woo-hoo in my ear. Okay, well, with Delphine coming up for you, with you in the next hour, we've got a Sanderson quilt that she's going to be showing us. It's huge. It's over 2 metres square. It's a really big quilt. It's gorgeous. So we'll go and put the kettle on for a minute, and we'll see you again in a couple of minutes.
Hi, it's Tilly from the beginner-friendly sewing pattern brand Tilly and the Buttons, and I'm so excited to be coming on Sewing Street on Wednesday the 11th of March at 8 a.m. to tell you all about my brand new book, Learn to Sew. If you love making your own clothes, or you'd like to start and need a friendly guide to help you out, then make sure you tune in. See you then.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop. And you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches, and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Ever heard of a design roll? It's a bundle of pre-cut fabric strips, each typically 2.5 inches wide and the full width of the fabric. Design rolls are made up of coordinating prints and colours, making them perfect for quilts, patchwork or other strip sewing projects. No cutting or matching needed, just unroll and start creating. Design roll, a simple way to bring your project to life.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our SewingStreet app. Simply head over to your app store and search SewingStreet. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at SewingStreet.
Looking for some creative inspiration? Head over to the SewingStreet website and click on the SS Hub. It's packed with ideas, tips and projects to spark your creativity. Plus you'll find the latest news and information on sewing machines and overlockers. Get inspired with SewingStreet.
Not only is SewingStreet live from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the SewingStreet app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with SewingStreet. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with our social media pages. All the latest news, events, product launches and much, much more. Search SewingStreet. Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Keep up to date with what's on SewingStreet, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to SewingStreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Come and join us every morning at 7 a.m. on our webpage before we go live on the show. So make sure you log on to our website and go to the Watch Live page. At 7 a.m. each morning, you will see a selection of products, all with a special deal, which will be available for that hour only. And this will, of course, be included in your 1p&p each day. Enjoy an extra special early morning treat every day from 7 a.m. on SewingStreet.
Oh, your mic's on, because we're live now.
I just thought, right the second you're counting down, I thought, oh, is my mic on? Yeah.
Welcome back again.
We're good.
Delphine, welcome back. It's been a while.
I know.
Last time I presented, it was with you, wasn't
Yeah, it was, yeah. How are you? Are you well? Yeah.
I'm very good, thank
I know, it goes so quick though, doesn't it?
Oh, I mean, I can't believe we're in March already. It's just
I know.
flying by.
I just want to fast forward to about May though, just so it's a bit warmer.
When you said it's sunny outside. at
It's
the
lovely
moment.
outside, yeah. It's just prepping in the green room and the sun's out, so
Good.
yeah.
Good.
Makes a change.
Let's hope it's warm as well.
Mm.
Look at this huge quilt we've got behind us here.
Enormous.
We're starting here just to show you how big this quilt actually is. It's massive. It's 2.23 metres, so it's almost 2.25 metres, which is huge. And when I first look at something like this, Delphine, I think, oh no, that's too big and it's too complicated for me. I couldn't do that.
No, easy peasy. It's just little squares, sew them together.
Which patchwork is.
It is, yeah.
So patchwork is made up of blocks. I can't see where the blocks are on this.
Right, so you've got 5 main blocks, which is here. So this is the main block, which we're going to go through today.
Oh, so that goes up to here.
Yeah. So you've
Okay.
got 5. You've got the 5 main blocks. You've got the 4 set in triangles, and obviously the 4 corner triangles, and they sew together in rows. So it gives you that illusion of like you're not quite sure how it's all pieced together, but it's actually just 5 blocks.
Oh, okay. So the rows are sewn together.
Yeah.
That's a row.
Yeah. So if you look, so that's which way round is that one? So yeah, so that's a block, if you like.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So that's
Now, when you just see a smaller section like that, that looks more achievable to me.
Yeah, so you just need to make 5 of these.
Right.
5 of these, and then you sew the strips together for the corner, the setting triangles, and then obviously the corners. But they've done that in such an easy way that you're not having to cut it down on an angle or anything like that. You just do your initial triangles, which you cut into. So you get your square, you cut it into 4 to get your triangles, and then you just sew in the strips on, and then you just trim it off after. So there's no having to set the triangles, or there's no funny Y seams or anything like that. It's just literally just sew a strip on and chop it off.
And this has been quite simply quilted as well,
Yeah,
hasn't it?
just
So,
a nice
that's
little...
quite quick as well.
Yeah.
But it's striking, and it's huge, and the colourways are fabulous, and of course it's a Sanderson, so you know you've got some lovely quality fabric in this kit as well, and we have got the kit for you. And that's including everything apart from your wadding. We've got wadding on the show for you too. And your backing fabric, you will need 2.5 metres of wadding and 2.5 metres of backing fabric as well. And it comes to you in a lovely box. I'm an unboxer. That's a trendy thing to be, isn't it? It would be if I could get it out. Maybe I won't have unboxing as a career move. I didn't realise that was a thing, you know. Many years ago now, I had a trip down to the YouTube offices in London, and there was myself and my daughter, and they called them influencers for all different genres. There was a makeup lady, and there was a tech guy, and there was an unboxer. That was her job. She got paid to open boxes and film herself doing it. I just didn't realise the thing. Specialising in advent calendars. Oh, what do you do for a living? Oh, I'm an advent calendar unboxer. And all you do is things like this, and then go, look. So I've got instructions in here. Look, and it's the first time it's been opened. Look, 'cause it's all nice and neatly folded up. So yeah, the instructions look great in this one, nice and clear. Lots of diagrams. You've got your layout at the back there that can help you make things a little bit clearer. And then you've got your black and white version on the back. And then inside here, so this is going to be exactly what you receive when you get yours. Let's take that out of the box, which you can, of course, reuse to keep all of your bits and bobs in as well. Let's do that. I think I'd be okay as an unboxer. I don't think I'd fare very well as a reboxer. Oh, he's got ribbon as well. Oh, and it's heavy, this one. Might just be quilt, isn't it? So then we've got all of these. And let's open that up. And then this is the exciting bit, isn't it? Because we've got all of these. Now, they will be different lengths, but there is enough there to make your quilt, obviously. Oh, I love this one. I was looking at this earlier with the bits on the quilt. And what an amazing design this is. Look, it's got tigers, and it's like a lion with flowers all over it. There's a hare, there's deer. They're not deer, are they? What are they called? Antelope, is it? Beautiful colours as well. It's that teal colour again, isn't it? We seem to be teals and plums at the moment. That one. Oh. And then, I don't know what that is. Kumquats? They call it kumquats. Cantaloupe. Oh, I don't know. That's a really classy one as well. There's a bit more of that one. That one's really heavy. That's oak leaves. And then a mandala type of one as well. There's a white on white. That's really lovely. So all of those fabrics plus your instructions for £249.99. But we're going to take the price down to £199.99. Oh, that is a big drop. That is a big quilt for £199.99, isn't it? And remember, anything else that you need to order, you need to order your wadding, which we've got, and you need your backing fabric as well, 2.5 metres of each of those is all you're going to pay. And Delphine was just saying, it's only 5 blocks and then triangular bits that go in between. So if it does look a little bit daunting, it's not. Break it down, do it bit by bit. Obviously, that's the way you're going to do it. And then it looks a little bit more achievable. But that would easily go over a king-size bed, wouldn't it? That would be, and that in your spare bedroom. Imagine when your visitors come round, they're going to be so impressed with that one. Be tempted to have it as a wall hanging. Anyway, shall we demo something?
Yeah, come on then.
Do it, Delphine.
Let's do it.
What are you doing?
So it's going to start off. So the block is actually formed up from 9 different sections, basically to make a 9 patch. And within each square is just got a different pattern, a different design, different fabric. So you start off with, you cut your strips of fabric from the width. I tend to not do it from the full length. I tend to do it in half so you don't get that banana effect. So I'm just going to sew these right sides together. Everything is with a 1/4 inch seam. And before I even cut into it, I always spray everything with best press or starch.
Okay.
So it just makes everything easier to handle. So just line up those edges. So there's no need to pin anything.
Are you using a 1/4 inch foot on the machine?
Yeah, 1/4 inch foot as well.
What length of stitch do you normally use?
This one goes down to 1.8. This machine tells me to do that. Also, if you have got the 720, I would put the straight stitch plate on as well. So it just stops any fabric being drawn down into the teeth. But to be honest, this machine doesn't really do that anyway.
That's a quick machine.
It's super fast. I remember watching you demo this machine before I even got it. That was in the very first studio.
I've seen it been a while ago.
Yeah.
We have got it actually. We've got it on the show, and it's 1,999. But she's doing it again. Hannah, you're going to be in trouble. She's taken the price down from just under 2,000 to 1,545. They'll take it out your pay rate, Hannah. You can't keep doing it.
So, and I've just pressed the seam to the dark side, but then when I turn it over again, I will just double check that all those seams are open because we're going to subcut these strip sets. So I'm happy with that. And then take my ruler. And then first off, even if it looks fairly straight, I'll still trim off. I'll line up with that centre line. And so I've got a different rotary cutter today. I'm just getting used to it. So if I do leave the blade out, it's my own fault. So I always trim off that edge first, and then I know I'm going to subcut these into 3 1/4 strips. So you might find that when you're trimming them along, depending on how well you've prepared your fabric beforehand, sometimes that straight line might go off a little bit. So all you do with that is then just recenter the line, trim off a little bit, and then it's squared up again. So there's not massive amounts of wastage, but it just means you're going to get an accurate strip. So you'll need 8 of these in total for per block. So let's put that one there. So because we've pressed them towards the dark side, what we're going to do now is sew them together. But because I've pressed them into different directions, those seams should meet quite nicely in the centre. So I just find that with my finger and thumb, make sure that seam line's nice and flat, and then line up that top corner.
What do you prefer making?
Oh, do you know what my favourite thing is? I love doing hand embroidery.
Oh.
Over the top of like applique projects. I just love sitting there quiet and just adding details. But then I love the accuracy of quilting. I get a lot of satisfaction, especially if your points come out perfectly. But it all depends on what mood I'm in, really. But yeah, I love hand embroidery because I like the more artistic-y side of work. What about you?
I go in phases. So I'll maybe do a little bit of patchwork and think that that's all I ever want to do forever now. And then I'll make a bag, and everything's
You want to
gonna
make
be
a bag, yeah.
So it goes. It's normally bags, to be honest. I do like making bags. I like figuring things out.
Yeah.
How big to make it, where to get the gusset, how to make it. How big do I want those pockets? Do I want a zip? Do I want a flap?
Yeah.
I like figuring all.
Yeah, and it's quite interesting to see how they come together just
Yeah.
by changing, say, putting a box bottom on it and just seeing the shape and how it
Yes.
all comes together.
Yeah.
So, and then that's the start of really, really easy. So you need 2 blues and 2 creams.
Oh, the instructions are easy to follow as well.
Really, really, really simple, yeah. It does say on the front that it's actually an intermediate quilt. I don't think it's intermediate. I think you can see just simple squares together.
Yeah.
Whether they've said that just because the sheer size of it.
Yeah, maybe.
But other than that, it's perfectly achievable. So I'm just repressing these because these have been in the box.
So if you were quilting something of this kind of size, how would you do it? Do you roll it up and push it in your machine?
Yeah, I think something like you said, they've done this in quite a simple way. So it's not so much a stitch in the ditch. They've just echoed some of the shapes. So yeah, you could do this on your domestic machine. I'll definitely start in the middle and work my way out.
Right.
But yeah, if you roll it, it should be okay. But then a machine like this is quite good because you've got obviously the bigger throat space. So, but if you had a smaller machine, I'd probably have it long armed. I think if you're going to be spending all that time putting this together, I might just send it away and get somebody else to do it. That's probably not the right answer, is it?
Or it might be quite nice if you just tied it. I mean, it'll need quilting somehow because it'll be so heavy. That,
Yeah.
it will part company with the lining if you don't do something. But just a few knots around there would be quite nice.
Even if you didn't want to, if you want to reduce the bulk going through, just quilt it with just the wadding on the back, and then you can 505 spray the wadding on the back and then tack it.
That's a good idea.
So, because I tend to do that quite a lot anyway.
Yeah.
Only because it's just quicker to quilt, isn't it? And I haven't got to worry about it all catching underneath.
So what's your wadding of choice?
80-20 all the time. Yeah, it's just easy to use. It drapes nicely. Though I do like a bit of a bamboo. Depends what I'm making, but for quilts, I'd always have an 80-20. So I've made my 2 little squares. Like I say, you need two blues and 2 creams in total. And then you're going to get... Oh, I thought I was really organised. I usually am. Right.
Do you pre-wash your fabrics?
I don't know. Probably should. But
No, I don't. Unless I'm making something very fitted, as in from dressmaking, which doesn't happen very often. Partly because I'm impatient, and with quilts, I mean, the fabric doesn't tend to shrink these days, but if it shrinks a little bit, I don't mind it. I think.
No, and it will all shrink together anyway. And I've noticed that when I do, it's not very often it does happen, but when I do spray with the best press or starch, you're going to get that shrinkage initially anyway.
Yes, from your iron.
So you're going to get it from your iron. So once you've cut into it, it's not. So that's why, you know, when people do the cutting first and then spray it, and then it's going to change shape. So always do it first. But I think if it's going to shrink, it will do it on that initial spray and press anyway. So I'm now just going to sew 2 of these little rectangles on each side. Now you need to make sure that you pay attention to the orientation of your square, because that's what's going to give it that chain-like shape. But again, it's all in the instructions, and it's got simple diagrams to show you anyway how to do it. So I'm going to sew one of those to each side.
Do you like a fast sewing machine?
What have you got at the moment? Because you must get through so many.
No, I've got DX7, Juki, and I've got I can never remember what the codes are. The straight stitch machine is the one that I use more than anything, because I don't sew with very much more than a straight stitch normally.
No, I'm tempted to just be a straight stitch blanket or free motion. There tends to be the ones that I go to.
Yeah. And it's like with that machine, there's so many fancy decorative stitches, but I rarely use them.
No, I don't. I've done a couple of projects recently where I've done sort of like bags and things, and I've, you know, for example, like sun rays.
Yeah.
I've played around with some of those stitches and with the bosal underneath.
Yes.
And then doing it with the bows underneath, it looks really effective. But other than that, I don't use many. Unless I did do an applique house once, you know, and I used the leaf ones to do the leaves going around the doors and things like that.
Yeah.
So just pressing these.
Do you get much time to sew for yourself?
No. 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 No, not at all, actually. But then I think if I have any downtime, which is not very often, my downtime is when we go away, I paint.
Oh, do you?
Yeah, I paint or draw. Yeah.
What medium do you use?
I use watercolour, but I use them more of an ink rather than a watercolour. So I'm not a wishy-washy. I still have that accuracy.
Yeah.
But I tend to use watercolour to do it. I've got the little ones, you know, the little travel ones. They've got the tiny little blocks. The ink tents blocks.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, I like using those. And do you know what? I still just like a pen, you know, pencil and paper.
Yeah.
But I really like, if you're going to, when I draw on using just pencils, drawing on watercolour paper, I find it gives it a really nice texture.
Yeah.
But again, it doesn't happen very often. So I'm just going to sew. I've already sewn another strip set, so you'd have a wider strip set and a smaller one, and then you subcut those as well. So I think I've got it here somewhere. So yeah, so here we are.
Tracy's messaged in. She says, "What a lovely quilt. I hand tie all my quilts. Not that I make that many. Yeah, I like the look of hand tying, and yeah, it's a bit different as well.
Yeah, so it gives it something different.
Yeah.
So that would be a strip set, and then I've just subcut that to make these. So, and then again, I'm just going to line up that seam. So because I want that seam to match perfectly, what I'll do is flip it over. So you want the shortest distance to get to that seam.
Are there any crafts that you'd like to try that you haven't yet?
I'd really like to try, I like mosaic. I'd like to do some more of that. I've only done it once and I really enjoyed it. But I'd like wood burning.
Oh, my sister does that.
Does she?
I know there's a word for it, pyro something or other, I can't remember what it was, yeah.
And it's just the smell as well,
yeah.
the smell of the burnt wood. But I am partial to a pottery painting. If there's a, you know, when the kids were younger, we used to go to Centre Parks, I'd be like, "Isn't there fancy a bit of pottery painting?" Neither of them are interested. Maybe Louis now, but...
We took all the grandchildren pottery painting in the last holidays. And it's little Finn, my 5-year-old grandson, just slop paint all over it. It's great. And then you have to wait a couple of weeks for them to be fired.
Yeah.
And they went and broke one of them. They
Oh,
broke
did
my
they?
granddaughter's dinosaur. Haven't told her yet. Be gutted.
Oh, bless her. Yeah, I've done all sorts with them. I've done bowls, you know, for serving bowls at Christmas and plates and things. I like doing pyro painting.
Yeah.
It's fun.
Yeah.
And I remember making one. I did a landscape, like a mountain landscape on like a serving platter. Nick and the boys just kept coming in, looking through the windows, just going, "You're just showing off. You just want people to see." And I was so proud of this plate when I went and fetched it. They were like, "Did you paint that?" I was like, "I did." Don't know where it is now. But it never comes out. When you can't really imagine the colours because the colours go so intense after, don't they?
Yeah.
You paint as well, don't you?
I do. Watercolours, yeah.
What's your favourite thing to paint?
Flowers.
Flowers.
Flowers and animals. I'm quite good at birds and rodents. I can't do deer. But no, I like flowers.
Do you get much chance to do that?
No, I do watercolour paintings for my fabric designs. And,
Oh, of course you do.
And the only chance I get to do them is when I'm getting phone calls saying, "You've gone past your deadline." So, go with the paints.
Oh, yeah, then you have to get, yeah.
But on a summer day, if there is any time spare and sit in the garden, that's a nice way to pass the time.
Yeah, it is, yeah. So your sister does that wood?
She does the wood stuff. She does the stained glass stuff, making
Oh,
ornaments.
yeah, I'd
and
love to
stuff.
do that as well.
Stained glass.
Yeah.
She crochets, she knits, she sews, she tats, and she's pretty good at laying a block driveway.
Just handy to know. Yeah, she sounds very talented, your sister.
She's done. If you've seen my half-year sewing club, and you've been a member for a while, you know that we now do a bi-monthly magazine. And my sister has done an interview for the next magazine. So I said, can you just write a few words about the crafts that you do? 4 pages.
Oh, wow.
Lots of pictures of us when we were very small and very fuzzy in black and white with big skirts.
Oh,
from
how
other
lovely.
makers.
And when's this out?
April.
Oh, lovely. Not long then.
No.
And that comes out every month, your magazine?
Bi-monthly.
All right, nearly there. There we go. And so basically, I'm just going to give these a press. So that is your patchwork squares ready for you to go into the block. But we do need to make the bit that goes down here. We need to make those next, basically flying geese. So I'm just going to give these a press first. Doesn't really matter which way you press the seams on this one because they're not going to line up with anything else.
Do you steam when you press them?
No, what I do at home though is I always have my iron on really, really hot, but also at this stage I would give it a quick spray with Best Press again, and that will keep them really, really flat. And also, I know we're not doing it till the 11 o'clock hour, but that applique mat just lives on my ironing table because you know the top sheet, it gets really hot. So if you give, so if you're doing a block or a quilt you really need to rely on really intricate points, you know, and you really want it to stay and not go out of shape. What I'll do is, again, I'll spray that seam and then I'll put that mat over it and then press it, and they go really, really flat. Nothing's going to move that seam. So, but it just takes that little bit longer. But it just...
I think you might be persuading me to buy one of them. I've seen it a couple of times and just thought, I don't need that. No, I don't.
You do. Honestly, it's brilliant. I'd never heard of them until I started being on the show, and then they brought them in. They were going, "Have you used one of these?" And I was like, "Nope." And so I went and played with it, and then that was it. Then I'm hooked. It's on my mat. I use it every day. So it's really good for ironing. You know, certain fabrics that you probably wouldn't want your iron to go anywhere near, you know, like organzas and things like that.
Okay.
Just that you won't burn them, won't scorch them. So there's my blocks, all pressed, ready to go. So I'm just going to put those to one side for now. And now we need to do the flying geese section. So I've already made 2 of these. So we're going to make another 2 of these blocks. So to begin with, you'll get your red section, and I'm just going to get 2 of my squares, but only 2 of those. And what I would do at home is right sides together, and you draw a line diagonally from point to point, and then you sew directly over the line. And you're going to do that to each side, but do one first, and then open and press and cut it. So I'm just going to do these 2.
And those techniques are all in the, yes, they are all in the instructions there with diagrams as well, so they're really clear.
So just make sure that you take an extra second or 2 to make sure the fabrics are right sides together, because this white fabric has got a print on it. It's very faint, but you want to make sure that you're sewing them all in the right direction.
Are you drawn to any particular colour of fabrics?
Green.
Are you?
Yeah, that's my favourite colour. Yeah, I really like greens and purples together.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you'd love that Moda fabric.
I could see it earlier on when I was in the
plum.
green room. It was stunning, some of those fabrics. So trim off that corner. You can use a ruler if you want to, or you can just eyeball it roughly around about 1/4 inch. And then just press that corner over. So you get the tip of the iron in there so they're properly flat. So that's the first half of your flying geese. And then you just sew on the other one. But ideally, do take the time to draw the line because it will just give it a nicer finish. So again, line up. And then I'm starting from the centre down to the bottom corner, because that way, if any of the fabric moves, you can line it back up.
That's a quick way of doing it as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
Useful technique to know if you hadn't done it before.
And again, I'll just chain piece them all. Saves thread, saves time. And it stops it from pulling down into the machine. So just cut that off. And then trim that other side. You can, if you want to, stitch 1/4 inch down these triangles as well, and then you're going to have some half square triangles that you could then use to make a cushion or something.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
And then press those open. So that's your first 2 flying geese done. So if you don't want to lose any of your fabrics, what I'll tend to do now is I know that that's the bottom sections. So then I'll now sew the next piece on. So right sides together for those. Then you put those aside and then we'll do the second 2.
So when you're making up a quilt of this size, would you make each individual block? Or would you cut everything out for the whole thing? And then...
I'm at block by block because I like to see the progression.
Yeah.
And I get bored. So if I did the whole thing, I'd be like, oh, you know. Whereas, so yeah, I tend to do block by block. I suppose everyone's different, aren't they? But
I think I'd do block by block. I like to see it coming together.
yeah.
And remember, you've got the pattern there as well in all of your instructions. So when you finish this quilt, you could use that same design and maybe make some really big cushion covers.
Yeah, and it's got the black and white tone on the back of the instructions.
Yes.
So you could choose your fabrics from there.
Yeah, so that's really handy. So if you do want to use, different colours, you know that you've got a dark and a medium and a light one, as opposed to trying to match a different colour with the colours that they've recommended here.
Yeah.
That really makes sense. Yeah, that's a really good idea.
And what I tend to, the way I choose my colours, if I wanted to get the right tone, is you get all your fabrics, take a photograph of your fabrics, and then switch the filter to monochrome.
Right.
And that will show you in those fabrics which is the right tone. Because to look at the eye, it's not really always obvious.
Yeah.
So what we think is black isn't, not black, you know what I mean, like the darker fabrics. But when you switch it on the tone, you're like, oh, so actually, if I switch those 2 out, it will make it more aesthetically pleasing.
Yes.
So that's those 2 done. And I'm now going to take 2 white sections and my red, and then just do exactly the same. So you draw that line corner to corner.
So it's handy to have your little iron or your mini iron right next to you and your little board, so you're not walking from one room to another.
Yeah.
There's a lot of sew press, sew press, sew press.
It is, you're up and down. So something that I actually quite like I never used to, but I actually don't mind sewing standing up. So this is where it's quite handy. Otherwise, you're constantly... You'd be getting your squats in there, wouldn't you? Yeah.
I sew on I sit on a stool with wheels on the bottom, so I can scoot across the sewing room.
Yeah, so you're just sliding around.
Yeah.
You know, when you do your lives, are you actually... Is that in your sewing room, or is that a separate office?
That's separate. I call it my studio.
Your studio?
Shed at the bottom of the garden.
Do you ever film in there?
Yes, I do all my filming.
Or are you filming in there?
Yeah. It's a proper little studio. So we've got cameras set up like we've got here, so overheads and coming in from the sides and everything.
Wow.
But it just means I can leave it set up all the time.
Yeah. My sewing room's outside. And when I was sewing in the house, it was just so stressful, just constantly, you know, because when we moved, I had to do it in the kitchen. And it was all right, because we've got an island, so I would be on one side of the island sewing, and then the other side would be all my cutting and everything. But then when anyone comes in, you have to tidy it all up.
Yeah.
And then people are in and out, and I like to just be left alone when I'm in my little world of sewing. And when people are around you all the time, I found it really distracting. So when I got my sewing room, and it was just being able to just leave it there. Because when you're in a creative space, you don't want to keep messing around and putting it away. And so in my sewing room as well, my walls are white. I haven't got anything on them. I like it to just be completely blank canvas. It's not very tidy at the minute, though, because you have to go through my sewing room into the side door to go into the garage. So the boys are in and out of there. And let's line up that one.
My sewing room isn't always tidy, but I know where everything is.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, we know where everything is.
A heap of stuff everywhere.
Yeah.
Exactly under what layer is that packet of pins. Should we have a look quickly at what you get in the kit while you're sewing that up?
Yeah.
Because you've just joined us. It's huge. It's the big quilt that's behind Delphine. It's 2.23 metres square, so almost 2.25 metres. Sue's messaged in. She says, we even get guest appearances from Debbie's husband on our lives. He brings her coffee. He does. He brings me coffee. Brings me coffee. So, instructions included. And all of the fabrics to make the top of this amazing quilt, and the binding. So you will need backing fabric, and you will need your wadding as well. 2.5 metres of each of those. If you have a look on the website, we do have some backing fabrics available for you, which are extra wide, and we do have wadding. It's recommended from Delphine that you use 80-20 wadding, and I'd agree with her on that one. So those are your instructions. Very, very clear, diagrammatic instructions, but lots of them and lots of steps for you. And then these are your fabrics. So that's that white on white that Delphine was shown. That Hannah was saying that they're like little quilt blocks within the design. I think that's really clever. And it's subtle enough that it adds a little bit of texture to those plainer areas, but it's not. It's still plain enough that it's making all of the rest of the colours pop together. And with all of those colours, they don't blend into each other too much, if that makes sense. So all of the different designs really stand out. So the darker green, where's that one? I can't see that one. It's the border. That's why there's so much of it. So that's all oak trees and acorns. Going to be interesting this year because we've caught so many squirrels burying acorns in our lawn. So that's the border, and then this one. Can't remember what was that one called. Sorry, it's really pretty. I think that is very classy. Looks quite, I don't know, Indian kind of inspired design, block printing. Yeah, it looks like that, doesn't it? And then we've got this crazy fruit. Not sure what they are. In the greens and in the terracotta kind of colour. Let me know if you know, because I have no idea what that fruit is. Is it supposed to be orange? A peach? A pomegranate? Then trees. I mean, the scenic designs are beautiful and very detailed as well, because we've got little rabbits down here, look. Oh, a rabbit jumped across the road in front of me this morning. They're so sweet.
You didn't flatten it then?
I didn't flatten it.
Good.
Did break on. That's one of the nice things about getting up so early in the morning. is just seeing the wildlife.
Yeah.
There's always deer on the way. Then this one again, we've got the deer, and I was going to say cranes, but they're not, are they? Lions and tigers on that one. And this, I think this one is very Sanderson. When you think about Sanderson prints, I think that is that really classy Sanderson-esque print. That's what I think of when I think of Sandersons. And then finally is the green spot. So all of that, all in a lovely box, wrapped up in tissue paper and ribbon, with your instructions, with a £50 saving, which is why this has probably been so busy. It's not just beautiful, it's got a huge saving on there at £199.99. Now, I did mention that you're going to need some backing fabric and some wadding. So we have 80-20 on the show. And 80-20 will be 80% wool, 20% polyester. And it's so very, very soft, which I think is why quilters love it so much. If it does shrink, it'll only be a tiny little amount. Blast it with steam from your iron before you put it on, and that'll probably take care of it. But it's very soft, but it's breathable, and that polyester content means that there's less shrinking and it's more hard wearing and it's washable as well. Not that I think you'd ever put that into a washing machine, but it's a durable, soft, breathable quilt, wadding, so perfect for quilting. Perfect also if you're going to wear it. So if you're making a quilted jacket or a patchwork jacket, this is ideal for you because again, it's not going to feel hot and sticky. In the warmer weather, a polyester may keep you warm, but it might be a little bit too warm in the summertime. So this is going to keep you nice and soft and breathable. And it's £6.99. Is that for half a metre? You'll need 2.5 if you're going to make the quilt, and it will come to you in one big piece, and you'll have enough left over to maybe to make a little bag. And remember, you can join your wadding together. You can either butt it up against each other and do a zigzag stitch, so don't throw away the smaller pieces because you can join them. Or, I don't know if I have them on the website, but you can buy tape. You just stick it over. Batting tape, that one's called. We have extra wide backings for you as well, colour-wise, which have been put together specifically for this quilt. So these will be 270 centimetres wide, 100% cotton. And this one is, I was going to say it's like oil on water, but that kind of texture without the colours of that, obviously. So very, very fluid kind of design. You'd like this one,
yeah,
Delphine.
Lovely.
Your bright greens. £11.99 is for half a metre, but remember this is extra wide. And I've got 2 colours for you in this one. So that's the green, and this one is a sandy kind of colour. Same price, latte we're calling this one, that really sums it up. And then finally we have a floral option. That's not extra wide, is it? That's 144. It's 112 wide. So you would, if you want this, you'd have to join it together. That is a little bit shorter, but it's very nice. Anyway, so back to your quilt kit. Well done if you've checked out. Been really busy for this one this morning. Lots of you in baskets for it too. You're going to have a stunning quilt. Well, whichever room you're going to put it. What an amazing wedding gift that'd make, wouldn't it?
Oh, it'd be too nice to give away.
Yeah.
It would look lovely on my bed.
So how far have you got?
So we're ready to assemble the block now. So we've got all our sections ready. So we're going to put it together in little strips. So, for example, obviously this is on an angle, so you just put them together as if you're just sewing a 9 patch. So, but the only thing you need to bear in mind is the orientation of your pieces. So I'm going to use this one in front of me. So you're going to have, because you want to make sure you get that chain effect. So the first section, I'm going to sew together in that orientation, so it's got that chain. So I'm going to leave that one on there, and then, that said, there is, I press the larger seams open because I'm going to line those together, but if you wanted to, you can work it out and then press the seams in different directions if you wanted to.
Are you going to any of the shows? There's a few, there's a couple coming up, isn't there? There's NEC next week?
Yeah,
This week?
I think it's this week. I think it's Thursday. I'm going on Thursday. I'm going to be doing a demo on... I'm doing an applique demo and also using different mixed medias, different materials. So I'm there from 12 o'clock.
And that's on the SewingStreet stand?
Yeah, on Thursday this week.
We'll pop over and say hello to Delphine if you're there.
Are you going?
No, I'm not going this time. And there's what's the one in London?
Oh, the Sewn for Pleasure.
You going to that one?
No, I'm not going to that one. I haven't been to that one for a few years. I do need to go back down there. But no, when's that one?
It's the 20-something of March.
Okay.
Because I was asked to go, but I'm going to a trade show in Cologne.
Oh.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Yes, I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what else is coming up. Obviously, Festival of Quilts in... Is that August?
July the 31st.
Sorry?
July the 31st.
31st.
August. I'll be there. On the Friday, I'm doing a talk. I have no idea what to talk. I've got half an hour to talk.
You just tell whatever. You're a very interesting lady. Just tell him all about how you've got where you are now. With what you're presenting. Because you started as a children's presenter, didn't you?
I did.
See, that's interesting. What type of shows did you go on?
I did the links in between the shows. So
okay.
I'd be saying what comes up next. And it was the Thomas the Tank Engine, Danger Mouse era.
I would have been watching all of that. I loved a bit of Thomas the Tank Engine. So next section is just made up from 2 of your flying geese sections. And then obviously this is just a 4-patch, but using both the cream and the blue. But again, check your orientation as you sew it.
I did work with some very interesting puppets.
Oh,
I got squirted by Sooty.
Oh, did you? I love Sooty as well.
And Gilbert the Alien. I was spat at by Spit the Dog.
What got you into doing that then?
Do you know, this is going to sound a bit bizarre. I seem to have spent most of my career being told, no, you can't do that. You'll never be able to do that. You won't be able to do that. You're not suitable for that. So I started working in a bank and I wanted to do my banking exams and study law. And this was 1976 and I was told that it's a waste of the bank's money to send women to college because you're only going to leave, get married and have children anyway. So I took umbrance and handed my notice in and my manager said, so what do you think you're going to do now? And I just came up with the most glamorous thing that I could possibly imagine. I'm going to be a model. And he laughed at me and told me that I would be crawling back for my job within 6 months.
How rude.
So I did that. That carried on for a while, and then it was actually my agent who said, oh, a friend of mine's a producer at Children's ITV and they're looking for a blonde female presenter. I don't think you're right for the job. But it's a nice day out and you get a look around the studios. And it was the best thing she could have said to me because I went in there thinking, I'm not going to get this. I'm just here for a nice time. So, you know, I wasn't nervous or anything because I knew I wasn't going to get the job. And that was that.
What was the crossover to go from that into sewing?
I've always sewn. So it was a necessity when I was broke. It was a hobby. I made all my curtains and kids' clothes and all of that kind of stuff.
But now you're a household name. Debbie Shaw. Like everyone knows who you are.
It wasn't a plan.
But how?
Started working at Ideal World as a presenter.
Yeah.
And they were selling sewing machines and hadn't got a demonstrator.
Oh, right.
I can sew. And then I thought I could write a book. I think I might be able to write a book.
How many now?
33.
33. Wow.
So, yeah, but it wasn't a career-defining or decision-making. Yes, I'm going to sew now, so I'm going to go and study and learn how to sew, and I'm going to teach, and it just kind of happened. Quite lucky, really, isn't it?
That's amazing. See, you have got lots to talk about. The Festival of Quilts. I'm going to come and watch. Right, so
why 80-20 wadding being asked? Why 80-20?
Why? Well, it's just one I use quite a lot. It's got a nice drape to it, but it quilts really nicely as well. So, because when I do a quilt like this, I don't want it to be too, what's the word?
Puffy.
Yeah. I don't want a puffy quilt. And it just works really, really nice. You can you can press straight onto it, and it doesn't shrink. Like you say, again, it holds the heat quite well as well. So
Yeah.
that's just my personal preference. So all of my strips are now ready. So rather than press them after each one, what I will do now is that I would actually decide which way I want my seams to go. So I think this is quite important to get the piece in correctly. You can sew them where open, it's fine, but what I tend to do here is that see what's naturally going to open. So I'll probably press these two sides open and those one in the other direction.
Right. It's very relaxing just watching you sew, you know.
Is it?
That's why it's very relaxing sewing. Yeah. I can understand why so many people sit at home watching SewingStreet and just watch other people sew.
And you learn so much as well, don't you? Like, until I started doing SewingStreet, I remember the first time I used a friction pen was with you.
Oh, was it?
First time, I didn't even know what it was. And I needed a pen, and I was I drew something out, and then I pressed it live on air, and I had a massive meltdown inside my own head, and I panicked. And then you were so calm and so lovely about it, but I was panicking, so I never did that again. And then another thing I did was never used before. It was you that actually watched a demo of you doing it was using Bondaweb.
Oh, really?
So until I knew Bondaweb was a thing, I used to use medium or lightweight interfacing on the back of my pieces, cut them out, and then to stick them on, I would use, webbing tape to where you take.
Yeah.
I used that because I didn't even know it existed, and now I've got through miles of the stuff.
You could be an ambassador for it.
Yeah. So so you just learn so much, and even I don't watch very often because obviously I'm always sewing for the next one. But you do pick up so many tips, don't you, when you're watching other people?
Yeah, I find it fascinating. And like I said, it is a learning curve. When I first started on sewing quarter, I was doing a show with John, and I was trying to turn handles through, and it was really tedious TV, and because it just wouldn't come through. And he said, "Have you not seen a prim
a turny tool?" Yeah.
No idea.
Game changer.
Absolutely.
See, you're going to be a game changer when you need your applique mat now.
Yeah.
So
11 o'clock for that one. I'm actually looking forward to that. Because sometimes when you see things, if it's not demonstrated or recommended, you know, that's a gimmick. That's a bit of a gimmick. I don't need that in my life, really. So I'm quite interested in this applique mat.
So I'm just lining up those seams and then sew these strips together.
Mauro says, "Morning, ladies. Debbie, you could talk about your relationship with Bungle." It wasn't Bungle, Morag. It was Zippy.
Zippy. I love Zippy. I watch all those programmes.
Really?
Yeah.
It's still on YouTube.
Is it?
Yeah. They don't do kids programmes like they used to do.
They don't, do they? No. I remember when my two were little, it was all the Peppa Pig and Peppa, what was the other one?
Teletubbies, time.
Oh, Teletubbies, no. Yeah, and then I remember the boys got into, Charlie, my eldest, got into Thomas the Tank Engine. So to go back to watching Thomas, that was great. That was. Peppa Pig, not so much. Yeah.
Yeah, when I was little, you'd have watch with mother at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, because that was something that you watched with your mother before you were put to bed in the afternoon.
Oh, right.
And then there was always a 5-minute programme. It was usually something like the Magic Roundabout, just before the news started at 5:45, because again, that was, I mean, what business it was of the BBC's, I don't know, but that was bedtime. So you could watch that and then you go to bed while your parents.
Oh, really? So the
Yes,
BBC decided when we
Yeah, bedtime was 5:45. I mean, I was 16 at the time.
When I was a teenager, it was always the Saturday morning TV.
Yes, yeah.
Like smash hits and all of that. Let's put this last one on. So, but apart from a little bit of prep I did beforehand, you can see how quickly these huge blocks come together. Take no time really.
Saturday morning was always a big thing. I mean, when I was on Kids ITV, there was Get Fresh.
Yeah,
And
that's
I
it.
can't remember what was on BBC, but it was all the... And then Noel Edmonds kind of took over,
yeah.
Swap Shop and that kind of thing. Dick and Dom, I don't remember a Dick and Dom.
Saturday morning TV, we used to do the paper round.
Paper round.
Yeah, and then come home. And I lived in, I had to deliver to these beautiful big houses, and they'd all have the massive newspapers. So I used to have to do about 2 or 3 trips back and forth from the paper shop. And we'll go home and have bacon sandwiches, watching smash hits.
It was the event. The event of the weekend was Saturday morning.
Yeah.
Joan's messaging, I saw Debbie in an episode of Heartbeat. Oh, Joan.
You were in Heartbeat?
In one episode, yes. I was
wow.
feral. It took me about a week to comb the back combing out of my hair. I had a proper beehive.
Oh, wow.
That's on YouTube. I'm wearing a very short skirt. I was a receptionist.
I'm going to go and Google that during the break.
But you know, what was the episode called? I'll try and remember the name of the episode, and then you'll be able to look that up. Can't remember. Have you got it? Have you got it? Oh, you've got it. Hollywood or Bust, that's the one. That's the one. In 1999. Oh, I was old then.
Wow.
But yeah, I didn't realise, I was talking to John about this actually, I interviewed him for Half Yard Club the other week, because he was working in costumes. And I said, no, it wasn't the costumery for period or anything like that, but it was based in the 1960s. My underwear was 1960s.
What was it like in those days?
Pointy bras, big pants, stockings
Yeah.
and suspenders. But even though you can't see it, but
Wow.
he was saying, or John was saying, that it gives the actor more of a feeling for being that character if you, you know, even though you don't see it or anything, but
Yeah.
it puts you more into character for the...
Oh, so
the time
yeah,
frame.
that does
Yeah.
make sense.
Yeah.
I'll be all right with the big pants thing. Oh, wow.
We're running out of time, you know.
I'm done.
Oh, Debbie, how can you have forgotten Champion the Wonder Horse or Tis Was Saturday Morning? Oh, I can't forget Tis Was. I was flung by the Flanton Flanflinger on Tis Was. That was very much my era. And the Banana Splits, wow. Should we just carry on chatting and not do any sewing?
Yeah, let's do that. I'll go and get a brew. Yeah. I will finish on this last seam. It's just pressing. I'm a bit funny about. I want to see it nice and flat. I probably could have done this one a little bit tidier, but it's telly sewing. It's not the same, is it?
Oh, no, it's not the same as well. It's sewing under pressure for a start.
Yeah. But I don't think I've made any mistakes today. Which I'll soon find out and I'll flip it over. And there you go. There's your block.
And that's absolutely perfect timing.
And then
So-
you put your little bits on, your corners, your sashing. The cornerstones is just literally a 4-patch. And then the triangles, you are literally just sewing on. I'll just lay it out. All you'll do for your setting triangles is put your triangle there. I believe it's this colour, yeah. And then,
So I'm thinking if it took you an hour to make a block, maybe say put yourself aside half a day to make a block, then that's going to be, the block's made up in 5 days easily, and then maybe over the weekend you can do the rest, so you can make the whole thing in a week.
yeah,
You reckon?
easily. And then all you do with that is you sew it from that point there, then you put the other one on, then the other one on, then the other one on, and then you just cut it off.
No.
It's really easy. So what looks like quite complicated, it's
Yeah.
simples.
Yeah, thanks for showing us. Oh, just want to give a reminder of Delphine's machine while we're here as well, because Hannah had a moment earlier on, and she's got to justify it now, because she took the price down. So, £2,500 machine has gone down to, was it 2,000 or was it less than that? Can't remember. Just getting the details for you. But if that's the machine you want to go for, it's a good time to buy. Oh, it was less than that. Oh, look at that. £1,545 is your price for that one. Have a look at all the details and the spec and everything on the website. So that's on SewingStreet.com. OK, we'll see you again at 11 o'clock when you're going to persuade me to buy the applique mat.
Yeah, if I can't convince you to buy it, then yeah, you will, I promise.
And I'll see you again just after the break with lots of things for bag making.
Now, normally when you sew two pieces of fabric together, you sew them together, right sides together, and open the fabric up. We, however, are doing a French seam, which means that all of the raw edges are encased within the seam. So we don't do it the normal way. This is how we do it. So instead of sewing your fabrics right sides together, you sew them wrong sides together within the seam allowance. Then what you do is you then take the whole seam, you would press it and you will turn it round. So you now sew along the seam, but having the right sides together. So what you've done is you've encased your raw edges in here. You've created your normal seam from the right side, but on the wrong side, all of your raw edges are all encased within the French seam. A lot of people are terrified by French seams. You don't need to be at all. They're really haute couture and they turn your garment from being homemade to made with love.
Come and join us every morning at 7 a.m. on our webpage before we go live on the show. So make sure you log on to our website and go to the Watch Live page. At 7 a.m. each morning, you will see a selection of products, all with a special deal, which will be available for that hour only. And this will, of course, be included in your 1p&p each day. Enjoy an extra special early morning treat every day from 7 a.m. on SewingStreet.
Head over to your App Store now and search SewingStreet and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show.
Hi, it's Tilly from the beginner-friendly sewing pattern brand Tilly and the Buttons, and I'm so excited to be coming on SewingStreet on Wednesday the 11th of March at 8 a.m. to tell you all about my brand new book, Learn to Sew. If you love making your own clothes or you'd like to start and need a friendly guide to help you out, then make sure you tune in. See you then.
Subcutting is a really useful technique that we use in patchwork for cutting one piece of fabric into strips and then subcutting them into smaller strips. It makes the whole patchwork process quicker and easier, and I'm going to show you how to do it. So if you want to cut a piece of fabric into strips and you want to use the whole width of fabric, fold it in half to start with and then have the top fold level with one of the lines on your cutting mat. You can then trim it to start with because this is nice and level. So I'm just going to line up one of the lines on the ruler so I know that this is at right angles. Then using your rotary cutter, just cut all the way along the line. You can discard that piece, you don't need that. Now I'm going to cut it, say I want to cut it into 2-inch strips. If it says in your pattern cut 2-inch times width of fabric, line the 2-inch mark up on your ruler and then cut it, and there's a nice 2-inch strip. Now with subcutting, you want to cut this strip into smaller pieces. So 2 ways of doing this: line up the strip on one of the straight lines and say I want to cut it into 2-inch squares. Again, I'm going to trim the end off just so I've got a nice right angle, and then lining up the 2-inch mark, I'm going to subcut into 2-inch squares. So you can work 2 inches. If you then put the 4-inch mark, make sure you keep the lines on the top of your ruler parallel. So I've now subcut one strip into smaller pieces. If you want to subcut more than one strip, you can do this all together. 2 ways: you can either lay them on your cutting mat like this, one on top of the other, making sure they're nice and level, or if you've got more than 2, because I wouldn't cut through more than this number of layers together, put one below the other. Just make sure that they're all nice and straight and even. You can put them in a row like this, So I can now cut 1, 2, 3, 4 strips at the same time. Again, trim off the end, making sure it's nice and level. Discard those pieces. And if I wanted to cut them in maybe into 4-inch pieces, so I've got 2 by 4 inches, I can cut through all those 3 layers in one go and then carry on. And I've got now accurately sub-cut pieces from one larger piece of fabric.
Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with our social media pages. All the latest news, events, product launches, and much, much more. Search Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Hello again, welcome back. And this hour we're going to be talking about lots of things to do with bag making and more actually, but predominantly bag making. We're going to start off with a huge bundle of faux leathers, and these are beautiful. There's so much in this bundle. And I think with the faux leathers, even if you're using this as a base of a bag with a printed fabric on the top, it just goes so far. So it's £71.91. There's 4.5 metres in this altogether, but we're not staying at that price. We're going to take £10 off it for you. Now, we don't have lots of them, and when we do bring these to you, they absolutely fly out. So be aware, we're going to see numbers dropping down very, very quickly. So you've got a £10 saving. And what you have, let's put the metallics together there and that. You will have metallic black, metallic gold, metallic pink, and then black, grey, ivory, pink, dark brown, and indigo. And I'll take you through these individually as well, just to show if you haven't worked with a faux leather before, when you get them home, they're going to be creased up like this. Please don't put your iron over the top. You can steam, but be aware that the steam won't penetrate, so it'll be wet. So the best thing to do is to turn it over to the wrong side where you have a cotton lining, and you can put a hot iron directly on here. If you're a little bit concerned, then do a little bit of a patch test with your iron at the side first of all, or you can just steam over it, and those creases will absolutely melt away. Now the fabric does have a little bit of stretch in it, so if you wanted to use this for clothing, so if you wanted to make, I don't know, the front of a waistcoat or maybe a yoke around the top of a skirt with a fabric bottom, it is comfortable. It's very, very soft. Sometimes with faux leather, it can be shiny and stiff and plasticky and cheap looking. This isn't. It has a matte finish. It's quite silky, and it's pliable, and it's easy to sew. You don't need any special needle. Please don't use a leather needle on this. A denim needle's fine if you're going to be sewing through lots of layers, so if you're putting this on top of some fusible fleece or something, then you may want a denim needle. Use a longer stitch on your sewing machine, and if you're sewing directly onto the laminated side, you may need a walking foot or a non-slip foot. It'll be fine on the bottom, so if this is underneath and you're top stitching onto another fabric, a cotton maybe, you don't need that because the feed dogs will feed the fabric through, but it does tend to stick. Your standard foot will tend to stick to the top, so a non-slip foot is absolutely ideal and worth the investment if you don't have one already. Use clips, not pins, because the pins can leave holes in it. However, if you pin within the seam allowance, but if you do have a pin hole, try steaming over it, and you might find that the laminated surface just kind of melts around the hole and seals over it. So there are really big pieces in here as well. We've got classic with the indigos. I think if you're going to mix two together, like the brown and the metallic gold look really lovely. Also, the brown goes so well with pink. So imagine a bag where you've got the bottom half in the brown and the top half in the pink, and then you can make the handles out of the brown as well. Would be really, really classy. If you're making handles, then I like to cut a 4-inch strip and fold the long sides to the centre, then in half again, like a piece of binding, and then sew down the edges. Sew from both sides in the same direction, because you'll find if you sew down here and up there, the fabric will twist and your handle will curl. Clip, don't pin again. And to hold these pieces together, you can use a spray glue. So use your 505 on the back, together, 505, fold in half, and it keeps it nice and firm while you're actually sewing. Try not to get your 505 spray on the laminated side, because it's difficult to get it off. Can you tell I sew an awful lot with faux leather? I love it. So there's the ivory. Now, because I love it, that's as far as I've got so far. Because you love it, what? We've already taken £10 off. This is Hannah talking. Oh, you're going to do it again? I love it when this happens. She's taken another £5 off. Oh, thank you very much. I'm not going to get it though, am I? I'm not going to get this. £56.91. And there are so many of you with this in baskets now. It's just a wonderful medium to sew with. And it looks so expensive. Really does look expensive. And I love that matte finish. So again, there's your pink and grey, looks good. That's a nice combination. The ivory is a very bright white ivory, but that goes with it. I'm in black and white. Very 1960s. Very heartbeat for the black and the white. And then the gold. Pockets. If you've got pockets on a jacket, that would look lovely. Or lapels. No reason why you can't use this for dressmaking as well. Does have that bit of give in it, remember. It's washable as well. It'll say on your instructions, I think, 30-degree washable. It doesn't shrink. It's just a dream fabric to work with. And of course it's wipe clean as well. If you're not going to stick a bag in the wash, so it's wipe clean as well. The grey is a lovely classic design. Grey and black together look nice with maybe a piece. Oh, I'll tell you what I have done before now as well, is wrap it around some piping cord and actually make piping out of your faux leather as well. So just treat it like fabric. I have, not with these colours, but I did do a Facebook Live doing, in fact it's on YouTube, a patchwork pouch using different colours of faux leather. So yes, you can just use it like, it's fabric, just use it like fabric. So you can cut it in small pieces and patchwork. It's not going to iron flat. I only did squares, but I kind of liked it that little bit poofy. But if you want your seams to lie flat, you can either glue them or top stitch along each side of them, and that gives a really, really nice finish as well. So what a massive, consider, you know, if you're going to use one of these to make a bag, that's 1/2 metre. These are 150 centimetres wide, so they're extra wide. You could make 2 bags, I'd make it a bit squarer, 2 bags front and back from that size from one piece. So even if you mix them all up, so how many pieces have we got altogether? 4.5 metres. So you've got 9 pieces altogether. So you could, in effect, make 18 bags if you're using all of this to make the whole bag. I don't think you will. I think it's quite nice to mix and match with different fabrics. So for instance, you could have a little bit of strawberry thief at the top, and then just have the bottom of your bag made out of your faux leather. So I'm just trying to give you an idea. So that's your bag base, that's your bag top. I'd do the handles matching in the base, so that balances it out. That may be around about there. I think you've got a very expensive looking bag that hasn't cost you very much at all. Over half the stock has sold out of these. Hannah, would you mind working out how much that works out at per piece at £56.91, if that makes sense? And just to show you again the size of these, they're 150 wide. That is £6.32. So if you can make, how many did I say? 18 bags. 18 bags at £6.32. You can make 2 per, 4 per. You can make a bag for a couple of pounds, maybe a bit more than that. You're going to need your lining and you're going to need some kind of interfacing as well. If you are using any kind of interfacing, so yes, you can use this with your boat or foam, you can use it with my fusible craft fleece, iron it on from the fleece side. Okay, so put your fleece on here and pad the iron up and down. If you try and press over fusible fleece, I'll just get a piece up, so just bear with me a sec. I'll just bring a small piece up. So the lumpy side is the glue side, so I'm not going to turn it all over, but that goes down. Pop it over the back of your fabric and pad with the iron. You can use steam, because if you try and push the iron across this, there's a lot of friction there, it's not going to work, so pad it up and down until that sticks down. So yes, you can use your fusibles. You could use a 40 gram if you wanted a lighter weight to it, if you wanted to keep some of that stability, but I would, if you're bag making, put some interfacing onto the back of it as well. So there's loads there. Right, I think we're going to be selling out of this pretty soon, so if you're hanging on to this in your basket, then I would suggest that you go and check out. £15 saving on that one. Are they new chumleys on the shelf? New well, I didn't bring any chumleys. Oh, they've arrived. They set off yesterday. I'm surprised it took them so long to get here. I've got 2 new chumleys. These are chumley beans, because these are babies. They're their baby beans. And we're going to be launching them next Wednesday. I can't remember what time. So this is Bunny, and this is Chocolate. Chocolate, not chocolate. And they're just really cute little chumleys for Easter. Oh, it's 11 o'clock apparently. So they're coming up next. Look at his little bobtail. So yes, so that's next Wednesday. So a big factor, you've got to get home before next week. Okay. There we go. Right. We've got more people in baskets than we actually have stock of this now. So well done for getting hold of yours. But consider these now sold out. Okay, that's a big bundle coming to you. Right, so let's pop that there. I'm popping those down there. Told you it was heavy. You really shouldn't smack presenters like that. This is fusible craft fleece. This is 30 metres of fusible craft fleece. This is Debbie Shaw branded, so you can't get it anywhere else. And it is my go-to for any bag of any size that I make. I do use Bosal foam and I love it. I do occasionally use a lighter weight interfacing like a G700 or my 40 and 28 grams interfacing, but this one is the one that I always go to for 2 reasons. It's really thin, so it's only about a 1/16 of an inch in thickness. It's very thin, but it's stiff. So it works on a similar way, and it's a similar composition of fabric, it's polyester, to H640 and H630, but it's firmer and it's thinner. So it gives a really nice crisp finish. And it also makes it ideal for smaller projects as well. Sometimes with things like your Bosal foams, if you've got a small pouch, turning it through is going to be an issue. And the seams can become a little bit bulky. No need to trim this into the seams. You can sew straight through it, and it's not going to add bulk, and on smaller projects, it turns through really, really well. So the knobbly side is the glue side, so that goes on the back of your fabric, and iron from the fabric side, unless you've got your laminated fabrics, and hot iron and with steam. Steam can help it adhere. If you find it wrinkles a little bit, pull it off while it's still warm, and then you can lay it back down again. And with any fusible like this, when you do turn bags through and there's a lot going on and you're pulling and pushing, it can separate from the fabric slightly. Stick a tailor's ham inside your bag and then press it back down again, and it will re-stick back down to the back of your fabric. The only time I wouldn't use it for bag making is if I wanted to quilt it, because it doesn't have a loft. It's so slim. So I would then use something like Bosal or H640, so you've got something for the stitches to sink into. But this will give you a nice firm bag. And even on a bigger bag, so if you're making a big tote bag, it'll stand up, but it's still soft enough to squash and put under your sewing machine. It's an absolute dream to work with. If you're going for the big roll, there's actually a £10 saving. This is what you're going to get. Looks professional in your sewing room as well. My granddaughter Vienna likes to bounce on it. As you can imagine, I'm the supplier of this, so I've got quite a lot of this in my office, and it's very bouncy, and she loves it. So it's £245. So per half metre, sorry Hannah, that works out at £4.08. Compare prices. This isn't H630 or H640, but just look at price. And if you are, if you're making to sell, if you're making, if you're gifting, this is sturdy enough for fabric boxes, but again, without having to cut into the seam allowance, sew it into the seam allowance, and you can still press those corners really nice and crisp as well. And if you do sew it into a seam allowance, you've got 2 layers there, and you wanted to top stitch, it's really easy to sew through because it's not very thick. It's not very thick, but it is firm. I loved it so much. I put my name to it, and I buy all the stock in. It's all mine. I'm having that, I thought, the lot of it. And there aren't very many products that I do put my name to, but this absolutely is one of them. It's European, and it takes a long time to get here. So this only came in, on the last show I think it was, I can't remember, so it's probably about a month ago, but it's been on order for about 4 months. So when it does sell out, I've got more on order, but it takes months to actually come here. The weather didn't help. But yes, and still 1p&p as well. So if you ordered your safety pins at the beginning of the 8 o'clock show, yeah, remember those all those time ago? If you've ordered your pins, if you've ordered your early bird, and then you want to order this, we're not going to charge you any extra postage. So if you've already bought something already, in effect, you're getting your free postage on this one. And do you know what? Even that postage at, is it £4.95? If I were to post this out to any of my customers, it would cost me £6.25, and that's the most affordable courier I can find. And that's without anything else. That's anything else, yeah. So just to let you know, you get yourself a bargain. But I know so many of you buy these big rolls. It's a very cost-effective way of doing it, and it means that you've always got it there, and you've got 30 metres. But there again, if you're making lots of bags, if you are the bag seller, I mean, we're really busy for this. Let me know what you're going to do with it. What are your plans? Are you selling, or do you just love making bags, or you just put it in your stash because you like a bargain? Come and let me know what you're going to do with it. But if you are making to sell bags, I mean, put the price up a bit. Definitely put the price up a bit. £4.08 for half a metre. You would expect to pay double for that, seriously, for what you're actually getting. It's 90 centimetres wide, and again, you've got 30 metres on the roll there altogether. That is going to last you a long, long time. So in between time, get your granddaughters to bounce on it. It's multi-purpose. It's a great punch bag. Okay, that's £245, so you've got £10 saving when you go for the big one. We'll revisit this later on. Okay, and it's not actually that heavy. Do you know, when 1p&p all day, when I first suggested, because we brought it to you in 2 metre packs, I've got those back in stock again for next week as well, and we've done this by the half metre, and when I suggested to Jess, my buyer, I said, why don't you go for the whole roll? I mean, we sell loads of these, they're ever so popular. I said, yeah, that's a good idea. And then I had a message from the warehouse with concerns over the weight, how are we going to pack them, where are we going to store them. They're not heavy. They're not heavy. So that was when I think they are 1.9 kilos or something. And then it came, oh no, that's fine. We'll be fine with that one. So yeah, they're not heavy to move around. So if you have to move them from one room to another, it's not heavy. Lynn's got a question. Debbie, could we use 2 layers so we can cut small objects? Oh, I've not tried it, but yes, why not? Absolutely, why not? You can do that with any interfacing. So yes, try 2. Let me know how you get on. Definitely. Good idea. What do I think of that? I'm going to show you these tapestries. We have 2 strawberry thieves. That's a peacock. Oh, we've got so many tapestries. Oh, there we go. Oh, I don't know that. two strawberry thieves. So these are tapestry fabrics. And again, really, really easy to work with. They're great for structure. They've got quite a loose weave, so it's easy for the needle to pass through. Again, put your fusible fleece on the wrong side of those. Give it a little bit of stability. I haven't seen this one before. I love the colours on this one as well. So here is a strawberry thief look. Nice size design on this. Now that's by the ½ metre. So if you're bag making, you're going to need to fussy cut it. But there's two ways of doing that. So if you've got a bag of that, or a bag flap, actually, it would be very nice in there like that. But you could, if you're making a bigger bag, have that as the centre. And that way you can make it as wide as you like, but do centralise that, because you imagine you've got a nice big bag and you've got your two birds and that in the middle like that, nice big square bottom. That looks really good. But if you're going to use the edge of the fabric, thinking, well, I'm going to be frugal, I'm going to use all of that fabric, I'm going to make a bag like that, it looks odd because the print is so big and it's not balanced. So it's worth wasting a little bit of it so that you get the centralised. It looks so much more professional. And then if you're confident enough, you could make the bag like this, and then from the other side, make the flap so that the image sits over the top of the first one. And that looks really, really professional. It has got a polyester content in it, which makes it really durable as well, and it's washable. I don't think you'd wash a bag, but you could do if you wanted to. But if you needed to, give it a wipe down or spot clean, then that's ideal fabric for you for that one as well. Have a look on the website for the other canvases. Tapestries that we have for you. I particularly like the bag one myself. But there we go. So have a look on the website for all of the other ones that we have available, because I don't think we're going to have time to do this during the show. So two options in those. Another thing you may want to pop into your bag is a zip. So I've brought you continuous zips in pretty colours. And these are mine. And I've done it again. My supplier doesn't supply anybody else but me with these colours of zips because I sell so many of them. To you lot, look at the price. Now on here you have 10 metres. Compare prices, because this is the price that you'd pay for 5 metres with 10 pulls. You've got 20 pulls and 10 metres in there as well. So as far as I'm aware, when I've shopped around, which I do when I've got my own products, it's around about half what you would expect to pay for this. Then number 3, if you weren't aware, that's the measurement across the teeth. They're not actually teeth, it's a coil, but it's the measurement across the coil. And these are suitable for dressmaking or bag making. In fact, I don't think I use zips of any other size than your M3. The pulls aren't fitted, but there are YouTube videos that I've made showing you how to do that, or it's explained in my zip book, which we'll come to later on. But the fun thing is with these, and again, if you have a look at my YouTube channel, I did it on the patchwork bag that I made with the patchwork faux leather, the different colours. So, and I mean, what did you use? Can't remember, blue and pink, I think. But I'm not going to open these out. But you can split the zip, so you can make it half pink and half lilac, or whatever colour you want to, and then add a different coloured slider on there, because they're all the same size, they all work together. So no reason why, I mean, you could do black and pink, half black, half pink. You can choose whatever colours you like to go with these. So again, 10 metres, we've got lots of colours for you. I don't have any more of these on order, actually. So if they do sell out, it may be a long time before I can get any more of those back. Apparently, so it's the weather in the channel. But the reason I love continuous zips like this is because you've always got a zip that's the right length. If I need a zip that's 4 inches long, I don't have any 4-inch zips in my zip stash. I'd have to use a longer zip and cut it down, which is what I would normally do. But when you've got continuous zip, I can make a 4-inch zip. On the other hand, maybe I'm making a large case with a zip all the way around it to put all my spare fabrics underneath the bed. Then I'm going to need a zip that's about this long, or even 2 zips if they meet in the middle. That's longer than a standard zip that you can buy online. Or if you're making dog beds, I've got a big dog. she's got a big bed. And if I want a zip that goes all the way, actually she's got a very little bed. She's got a basket that she had when she was a puppy, which she loves, and she hangs over it. But she loves it. She loves it. So I can have very long zips. You can also add the pulls from each end of it, so it makes a nice design if you're making a bag, maybe like they're called railway carriage bags, or a zipped bag, cosmetic bag, where you want the two to meet at the top. So that's quite a nice idea as well. But I like mixing and matching the different colour pulls on there. So you've seen the pink, that's the black. We saw lilac for a second. They've all got different item numbers. They're all the same price. They're all £14.99. Have a look for continuous zips online as well, because you very rarely see pretty colours. You'll see black and white and grey and beige, maybe brown, but not spring colours, not the crocus colours of lilacs and yellows. Very rarely see those in continuous zips. One of the colours of the day, from what we've been seeing from our fabrics, is the teal. And, lots of you going for that teal on pre-order. And then we also have a really bright crimson pillar box red. Can't go wrong with those. So you can make your zip a real feature of your bag just by having a standout colour. So we've got enough here to colour coordinate with so many different colours, but of course to really stand out. If you're making a bag that's all in black, how about adding a yellow zip to it? A zip statement would do with those. Right, what are we doing next? So, hello. All about my products at the moment, isn't it? That wasn't a plan. Locks. These are mine as well. We've got 3 different ones. So there's the gold, gunmetal, and silver. And when the bags are, they will come to you with a bit of plastic on them. So this is the gold one. So peel that off. That's just to protect it while it's in transit. The backs will already be on, and you'll need a very small crosshead screwdriver to take them off. Don't lose those screws. I haven't got any spares. So if you've got a magnet, put them on a magnet, but put them somewhere where they're not going to roll off the table. And then your bow will be in 2 pieces. When it's finished, the lock goes through the centre, and that twists. Whoops. To lock it over. Okay, but I've got some tips for you, and these are all in my hardware booklet as well. Because these don't come with instructions. A lot of hardware doesn't come with instructions. So you'll need to cut a hole for the tongue to go through, and you'll need to cut a hole for the 2 screws, which can be very fiddly, and if you've got a fabric like this, it's going to fray around the hole. So it's going to be really difficult to cut a small hole like that. And if this is going on your bag flap, so you'll have your fabric, and you'll have your wadding, and you'll have your lining. So it's going to be really thick as well. So that hole's going to disappear. So my tip is to cut a hole the size of the inside of this one. So put that onto your fabric and draw through it. And then you're going to cut from there all the way around the screw. So you've got a big hole all the way around there, just up to the side of where the screw is going to go. And then place this over the top and put a little bit of glue, HT2 glue, underneath it. Okay, so the textured side goes on the top. So this goes over your fabric. Put your glue underneath, and then before the glue's dry, you're going to take something like a cocktail stick or something pointy and push all the frayed edges of the fabric back underneath there, and the glue will hold it there and stop it from fraying as well. You can put a little bit of glue behind the front piece as well, and that's going to hold it together while you put the screws back in again. And that makes it easy to fit, gets rid of all of the frayed bits that can happen in the centre, but it also prevents the bow from twisting, because you think you've only got 2 screws, there's going to be a little bit of mobility there, but that'll help it to stop it doing that. And then the back of this is fitted just like a magnetic snap would be, so make sure the prongs are straight, make a mark where the prongs are, and then make 2 small holes, put that on one side, this on the other side, squash it in and press the prongs out. Well, either way, closed or open, it doesn't really matter. So again, these don't come with instructions. but there are instructions in my hardware little booklet. The booklet will show you in depth specifically this, also the bird shape one that I used to do, but generally different types of hardware. So it's just called the hardware guide. It will show you how to fit magnetic clasps, because those don't normally have any kind of instructions. Lots of different fastenings. I'll also show you in here how to make straps, because there's a lot of hardware with straps, with the D-rings and rectangle rings and triangle rings, all going onto straps. So there's a little bit on there about how to make straps as well. But I've tried to cover as many different types of hardware as I can, with hints and tips as to which colour is best to go for longevity, when to use a rectangle ring, when to use a D-ring, what your swivel snaps are, which size to use, and it's just quite a comprehensive little guide. So that was the goal. Oh, we do have it as digital download as well. There's nothing to print out from there, so you don't need a printer, just want to read it. And that again is £9.99. But again, it's quite a comprehensive coverage of every piece of hardware that I could possibly find in that one. Righty-ho. So do you want to have a look at these other colours in the... Oh, hang on a minute. What are we doing? Oh, we can have a look inside. Oh, thank you. So that's the download, and that's what you're going to get. So the different colours you have available, different types of twist locks, the tools that are going to make it easier for you, how to fit things. So there's no projects in here. It's all about how to fit thumb locks, twist locks, and so all the different types of rings, not all rings around. And examples of how you're going to use them as well. Look at the different amount of D-rings that are available. But how to make an adjustable slider on your strap without using a double D-ring. And again, a little bit on straps and how to make a strap, how I make a strap. And there's that turning tool that John persuaded me to buy many years ago. And even different types of handles that you can buy to go on your bags as well. So there's lots of information in there for you. 16 pages altogether in that one. That was a bit of a marathon, wasn't it? Huh? So yeah, so that's what you'll find if you go for the digital download. If you printed it, then it's a book with pages like that. There you go. So we've also got the gunmetal in the bow, and there's a silver option as well. I think gunmetal, gold with anything with warm tones, I think looks really, really good. Gunmetal, I always think is contemporary, so that would go really well with the black or the metallic faux leathers that we had for you earlier on. And then silver I like with pastels. Silver's an easy one to match colours. So if you're adding D-rings, snaps, swivel snaps and things like that to your bag, silver tends to be silver. Gold can come in lots of different colours, of warm gold, cool gold, so that may be a bit more difficult to match. And it's the same with gunmetal. Gunmetal can be a couple of different shades, but silver just tends to be silver. So that's quite a good basic one to have if you're building stash. Just go for silver everything for that one. Right. Physical guide to the bag hardware is there. So that's that. Hannah, I'm going to give you that one separately because there's a screw missing from it, so you can't send that one. Because we're not having that, are we? We're not having that. Thank you. What are we doing? Oh, HT2 glitter and glue. This is the glue to use if you're a bag maker, or if you're not. It is really, really strong. If you're making a bag frame, or if you're using a bag frame and you don't want to sew, what I normally do, you know the bag frame, they're really fancy bag frames, they've got holes in them for stitching through. I don't stitch them into the fabric because I'm not very good at it. It does not very neat on the inside for me. So I hand sew through all of the holes and then glue the bag in. And this is the glue that you need to use because it's not going to come apart. But I also use it if I'm putting eyes on things like chumleys, to keep them nice and secure. But there again, if little fingers are going to be pulling at anything like these, or the beak, or even the stitches on the ears, these are all hand sewn, but then I will drizzle a little bit of glue just so that you can't see it, just to secure it, and definitely behind the eyes or anything that can be picked off like that. If I'm using buttons, then I'll do that as well. Also, if I've got a long piece of thread like this, which can kind of disappear or move from side to side, if you wrap some of your glue around the end of a pin and just drag it behind the thread, it'll keep it nicely in place like that as well. So it's not just about the bag making. I use this glue so much, I get through loads of it. Always put the top on because it drizzles away and dries at the end really, really quickly. So make sure you wipe the end, put the top back on again every single time that you use it. And at £5.99, that to me is my must-have, go-to. I don't use any other glue for fabrics at all. I use the glue pens, the temporary ones, but glue, it's got to be that one. Got to be that one. I'm not on commission. I just love it. I just love it. We are very limited on the fusible craft fleece. I don't know if we're going to be doing this again. We do have the 2 metre pre-packs coming in for my show next Wednesday. I don't know if it's on the website now, actually, because it's in the warehouse, but that's for next week. But if you want this big roll, I'm not sure if and when I can get any more of these back again. We don't have very many of them left. We're down to less than I can count on one hand. It works out at £4.8 per half metre. Are you a member of a sewing club? This is such an affordable way to split it between you. I mean, if there's 30 of you, you've got a metre each, and you've only paid £8 something for a metre. If you're making to sell, absolutely, because you can make small bags, pouches, zip pouches, makeup bags, storage boxes, huge tote bags, shopper bags, whatever kind of bag that you like. Easily, it's quite firm, but it's very thin. It's about a 1/16 of an inch. It's very, very thin, but it will allow your bag to stand up. It's easy to sew through. You don't need to cut it back into your seams, sew it into the seams. It'll press very neatly. It sticks really well, and it is just a dream to work with, which is why it's got my name on it. I don't do that with very many products, apart from everything in the show, by the sounds of it. that wasn't the plan, but apart from everything I've brought. Yeah, I make a lot of bags, and I've made a lot of bags with a lot of different products. So I'm only going to put my name to something that I use a lot, because otherwise you're not going to come back and shop with me, are you? Oh, this is the tapestry that I like. What better fabric to make a bag out of than a bag tapestry? How about that? Oh, I love that. And I have this fabric. And I have thought about making some of the bags later on. Oh, that's a really nice one. I could do that with a zip all the way around. And that's a nice one to throw over your shoulder. Oh, that would make a lovely clutch bag, and that's quilted on the front as well. But no, I just think it's loads of fun. That would make a fantastic beach bag, wouldn't it? And at £7.49 for half a metre, there's a lot you can do with this. I mean, that is half of what you're looking at. Let me open it up and show you. It's 140 wide. So that's what you're going to get. You could make 2 huge beach bags with that one. It's a massive piece of fabric. So if you're making smaller bags, or you're using this with another fabric, oh, that's another thing as well. If you think, well, I've got a red cotton which goes really well, but the weights are different. Or if you've gone for the faux leather, any one of those would go really nicely with it. But if the weight is different, compensate with your interfacing. So I would, if I've got a red cotton, I mean, a red spot would look fantastic with this. But I would put my fusible fleece on the wrong side of the cotton, and then maybe a 40 weight interfacing on the wrong side of this to make them the same weight, because that's going to feel nicer when you're touching the bag as well, just to balance it out a little bit. Because that's what interfacing is all about. It's all about structure and giving your weight, giving your fabrics form and density almost. But yeah, I just think that's loads of fun. I'd like every one of those bags. It is a polycotton mix. It feels like tapestry. It is woven. So that's not the prettiest, but some of these, you look at the back of them, because you can use the back as well. So maybe a pocket in the back on the front of that would look nice as well. But it feels like linen. It's a really Lovely, lovely fabric. So it feels like canvas. We also have a very different print. So that one's loads of fun. This one is really classic. Really, see, that's actually quite nice, isn't it? The back of it. Not as nice as the front, you know, but you know. But yeah, this one just a really classy design. This is so nice. Or I'll tell you what else. Pointing my finger at you now. Upholstery. If you've got the kind of dining room chairs where you can pop out the seat and cover them and staple them and pop it back in again, these are really strong. If you wanted to make really sturdy cushion covers for your garden furniture, this would be brilliant. If you are an upholsterer, then this is ideal fabric to use because you're going to be stretching, you're going to be nailing, you're going to be stapling, you're going to be pulling it and twisting it, and it's really, really strong. It will deal with it. And then, of course, with wear and tear, you're sitting on it, you're standing up, you're sitting, you're standing, you're sitting. It's really durable. It's because it's so heavy and it's so thick. And yeah, it's beautiful. And that one is, again, a really, really classy design. We've got loads more. We've got loads more, but have a look on the website for those. Right, more bag hardware. We've got some rectangular rings. We've got gold and silver. And these are 38 millimetres. So they are, which is, what's 38 millimetres? 1.75 inches for those ones. So they're slightly wider than the norm. You did have on the, well, there you go. So if you're going for a wider webbing, you're going to need a wider rectangle ring. So 1 inch rectangle rings, 25 millimetres, really easy to find. 38 millimetres, not so much so. Or you can make yourself a wider webbing as well if you wanted to. So, no, it's 1.5 inches, isn't it? So if you want a thicker handle, a more substantial handle, or you can just use these for decoration. You know, if you wanted to join those two together as part of a handle would be a nice thing to do as well. I'd maybe put a couple of rivets either side if you've got your green machine. Then you could do that. But again, we've got it in silver. There are 38mm swivel snaps available. I'm not sure if you still have them on the website here, but you know, it's an unusual size, or it's a not so much seen size, but there is other hardware that you can buy to go with it. There's 38mm D rings available as well. They're only £2.25. And the webbing, which is 38mm, I'd go for the silver with this one. It's just lovely. Excuse me. Now, the black of the faux leather that we had earlier on, just use that, nothing else, no other colours, and make 2 straps for your bag that go all the way from the top to the bottom, around to the back and back up the other side. I think would be absolutely striking in this. Or even on a red, you know, if you've got a red bag, make this the feature. And not just for the bag handles, what about using this as a piece of trim across the top of your bag, or putting over the top of a bag flap that goes on the front like that, so it hides the seam at the top as well. And it's only £1.99, and that's for is that 1 metre? Oh, for half a metre. You're never going to use half a metre. Go for at least 2 metres with this one. If you're making a strap that goes over your shoulder, I'd recommend 40 inches, which is almost a metre just for that one strap. But if you're making an adjustable strap, you're going to need to add on maybe another 8 inches to that. I get mixed up between metres and inches because I sew in inches, but I buy in metres, so it kind of makes sense to me. But yeah, you'll need a metre for a strap. You'll need maybe just over a metre for a crossbody. Best way to do it is to get yourself a fabric or a plastic tape measure and throw it over your shoulder and see where it lands, and then measure your own that way. But go for as much as you can of that. It's only £1.99, only £1.99. And remember, we've got that one postage all day as well. Okay, so that's those. Oh, that's brand new as well, I didn't realise. Yep, that's brand new for you today, absolutely. And I would go for the silver with that one. You're going to need to, see how that's fraying on the end? Bit of HT2 glue. Bit of HT2 glue just on the end of that, just to stick it down. When you thread this through the end of your D-ring, maybe fold over the edge and then fold over again. This again is quite a loose weave, so it's going to be easy to sew. And then, whether that's a D-ring or a rectangle ring, you're going to sew across here. HT2 glue to secure that, because HT2 is stronger than your stitches. And then to stop this wibbling around, you can either sew very close to the edge here or pop a rivet in there to hold it in place as well. Oh, I'm loving this hour. I could talk about bags all day. I love a bit of bag making. What else have we got? Oh, we've got a storage box. So for your little bits and bobs, because once you take these zip pulls off here and take one out of the bag, they're going to go all over the place. So those could go in the smaller sections here. The glue could go in there when it's not in the box anymore. My rectangle rings, I've got 2 compartments, so everything's silver in one. That's the bigger one because I'll have more silver than I have of gold. So those can all go in there. And then in the bottom, I can store, can't store that until I've used a bit of it. But I could keep my eau de coat in there, and I can keep larger items like that. I can keep all of my webbing in there. And if I've only got ½ a metre of fabric, I can fit that in there as well. And then that goes on the top. And then that seems to be the colour of the day. And, oh, you might get a different coloured handle. The box will be the same, but you might get a different coloured handle in there. But just really useful, isn't it? And it's only £6.99. And I just love that idea. Oh, and it's nice and secure as well. Look at that. And things like the green machine, those bits and bobs come in bags as well, don't they? So if at the moment you put in all of those things into a drawer, along with everything else, including the keys from the car that you sold 5 years ago and the house that you lived in 10 years ago, you know, one of those drawers, if they're all going in there, you're going to lose them. So I do like to be organised. If I'm organised, I know where everything is, and I'm not going to go and buy something that I've already got because I've forgotten that I got it because I couldn't find it because it's in the drawer with the keys from the house that I lived in 10 years ago. Right, I better put that back before everyone thinks that I've half-inched it or lost it. There we go. Yeah, a really useful size of box as well. It's not too big, so it's easy to store things in. My hardware is such good quality. You can hear that when you drop it, can't you? Yeah, really, really handy for any kind of crafting bits and bobs, not just for your bag making, but obviously you can store anything in there that you want to. What else we got? What else we got? Oh, we've got some bag bases. We've got bag bases. We've got a pen. We've got a waist shaper. Let's have a look at that one. So this one is cut to order. So it'll come to you in one long piece. And it is designed for waistbands and skirts and trousers and the like. However, it's in a bag show because you can use it for your bags as well. So when this is folded, it's adhesive, fold over, fold in half. You've got a 1-inch strap. So it just makes it easier than measuring. And a lot of the time when I am ironing to fold over, it gets a little bit wobbly if I don't pin it or clip it all the way down first. So this iron, so it's fusible on one side, fuse it onto your fabric, and then fold over, fold over, fold over. Gives a nice sturdiness to your handle as well, particularly if you're making handles out of just a cotton fabric, and it's the right width for 1-inch or 25mm hardware as well. So it's really, really easy. It's only 99p per metre. And it'll come in one continuous length if you order more than one of those as well. So if you're going bag handles, as I said before, go for more than one of those because you're going to need at least 1 metre for a shoulder strap. Oh, right. The teal zip is about to go. Do you know, I'm covered in bits of thread. And I don't know why, because it doesn't seem to be from any of the fabric that we have here. I was saying to Delphine in between the last shows, what's this? I'm a magnet, just threads from all over Redditch are just throwing themselves at me. The teal is about to sell out. This is 10 metres and 20 pulls. N3, so number 3 size of zip. There's loads of it, and this is a really lovely colour, and I haven't seen this colour continuous zip anywhere else. Probably out there somewhere, but I haven't seen any anywhere. It's getting really busy for these as well, and they're only £14.99. Have a shop around, because as far as I've seen where I've been shopping, Sewing Street, it's about half the price of what you would be paying, or the same price as you pay for 5 metres. So it's a really good deal, it's a really good price as well, and they're nice quality. I'm not going to put my name to something that is a bit rubbish. Because then you wouldn't come and shop with me anymore, would you? We're going peacocks. That zip would go very well with this fabric. So another one of the tapestries. That is so lovely. Do you know, with this one, I might go for a metre, because the peacock is so long. I'm afraid in the warehouse they're not going to think, right, well, cut this one along there, so you just get the head and you just get the tail in. You're going to get what you get. So for half a metre, I mean, you can use that. Got the end of the tail gone. I mean, you don't throw it away, but if you wanted to feature the whole of a peacock on something, I would definitely go for a metre of this, so that you can fussy cut and have that exactly in the centre. They make lovely cushion covers as well, and would look really nice if you had some piping around the edge. Tassels will look really lovely, because they look very stately home with the tapestry aspect. They're really textural. It's a really tough fabric as well. It's really hard wearing, and for homewares, I mean, you could cover a sofa in this. I think would look absolutely amazing. And it's only £7.49, which is less, and this is wide as well. That's less than you paid for some of the cottons that we've had on the shows for you this morning. So amazing value for money, I think, for those. I really love these tapestries, all of them. There's loads more. Have a look on the website for those. Right. Oh, the faux leathers. We've got, well, you have a look at the picture and I'll pick them up off the floor, because I chucked them down there. We've got a few come back. So if you missed out, or you thought you missed out earlier on the faux leather bundle, with a saving of £15, we have managed to get a few back for you. And this isn't a scrap bundle, these are half-metre pieces. And they are 140 centimetres wide. And there's lots of different colours for you as well. And considering you probably wouldn't use the whole lot to make a bag, because you can mix and match with different fabrics as well, I'm working out that you can make at least 18 bags from this. So again, if you're making to sell, it's really lovely quality fabric. It's soft, it's easy to sew, it is dressmaking quality if you wanted to. And you've got all of these colours, full width of bolt. So not little scraps, these are full width of bolt. It's not leftover end of bolt bits and bobs. It's the whole lot that you're getting there. And it's only £56.91. That is amazing value for money. It really, really is. Easy to sew with, don't worry about that. It's not stiff, it's very pliable, bendable. You can use interfacings on the wrong side of it. Use a non-stick foot if you're going to top stitch with it. And it only works out at £6.32 per half metre, which value-wise is amazing. I think you'd expect to pay £10 a metre for a half metre of this easily. I don't know, but I reckon so. But the quality, again, I love the silk finish. They do have a metallic, but I think they look really expensive. And they're not kind of... Like, you think laminated fabrics are stiff, you know, the kind of thing that you make tablecloths out of. It isn't like that. It's soft. It's got a knitted back to it. You can wash it. You can iron it. You can put a lot of steam on the back. It's got a little bit of give because the back is knitted, so it's comfortable if you are going to use it for attire. But that is a great bundle. I'm glad we've got a few back for you. Oh, okay. So, I could carry on doing this for another hour. I've really enjoyed that. I hope you have too. But we've got more coming up to you with Delphine in just a second. So a lot of your favourites, and she's going to convince me to buy an applique mat and show us a little bit of free motion sewing as well. So we'll see you again just after the break.
Hi, it's Tilly from the beginner-friendly sewing pattern brand Tilly and the Buttons, and I'm so excited to be coming on SewingStreet on Wednesday the 11th of March at 8 a.m. to tell you all about my brand new book, Learn to Sew. If you love making your own clothes or you'd like to start and need a friendly guide to help you out, then make sure you tune in. See you then.
Come and join us every morning at 7 a.m. on our webpage before we go live on the show. So make sure you log on to our website and go to the Watch Live page. At 7 a.m. each morning, you will see a selection of products, all with a special deal, which will be available for that hour only. And this will, of course, be included in your 1p&p each day. Enjoy an extra special early morning treat every day from 7 a.m. on SewingStreet.
Keep up to date with what's on SewingStreet, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to SewingStreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
When you hear the term half square triangle, or HST, it refers to a simple way to create two identical triangle shapes from a fabric square. Start with two squares of fabric, any size, and place one on top of the other, aligning the raw edges. Using a ruler and a fabric pen, mark a diagonal line from corner to corner. Then mark a second line 1/4 inch on either side of the diagonal. Pin the fabric together to keep it secure, then sew along the two outer lines that you marked. Now carefully cut along the first diagonal line you drew. Press the seams flat using the heat from an iron. Use washi tape to align your ruler and trim away any excess fabric. And there you have it. Your half square triangle is ready to use.
The winner of this year's Search for a Star is... Congratulations, Amber Elizabeth.
My name is Amber Elizabeth, and I was thrilled to win Search for a Star last year.
By day I work in marketing, but in the evenings I run adult sewing classes via my company called The Sewist & Co.
I'm a 4th generation seamstress. On my dad's side, there are some key seamstresses too, including my gran in Barbados doing some repairs by hand at age 90. Dressmaking is my go-to, but I also enjoy working with leather, creating small items and handbags. Teaching has become one of my greatest joys for all ages and abilities. I really enjoy demonstrating on SewingStreet and look forward to being back on air again very, very soon.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
A little tip for when you're measuring yourself, either for making a pattern or for buying shop-bought clothes. Take a piece of elastic, because it's really important to find where your natural waistline is. All you do is you just tie it around yourself. Doesn't matter how tight, because it's not going to be a waistband or anything like that. You just tie it around your waist, like that, and then leave it for a little while and move around, do a bit of exercise, do a bit of housework, do a bit of tidying up. And when you come back, right, this will be in your natural waistline. So if you're drawing a pattern, every single line emanates from your waistline. And if you're buying clothes, you will get your natural waist size. For example, this is my natural waist and I measure 41 here, I buy 36 jeans. So which one's right? Not the 36. My natural waist is a 41.
Hello again and welcome back. Now this hour we're going to be talking all things Delphine, and I think looking at everything that we've got for it, it is all things Delphine in this show. Starting off with your Year of the Horse wall hanging. That is beautiful, Delphine. That is so striking.
Oh, thank you.
It's lovely. I've not seen that before this morning. It really looks gorgeous. We've got two colour options for you. You're looking at the red one at the moment. So is that a bit of Lewis and Irene around the edge, I see there?
Yeah, a bit of bumbleberries and a flutter. So it's just two reds, just slightly, what was it, three reds? Two reds in just slightly different patterns and tones, but nice and bright, so they really stands out with the applique line.
I love the way you've quilted it as well.
Thank you.
It just adds almost a fiery movement to it. Now, you were with this in January.
January, yeah.
Launched, so we were celebrating the Year of the Horse.
Year of the Horse, yeah.
And of course, we're still celebrating the Year of the Horse.
Yes.
But I think a lot of people are buying this because they just love it or they love horses. And I haven't seen them, but there's been some pictures on, is it on the fan
page? Some incredible ones. Someone's done two, so they've mirrored the other one, so they're looking down. So that looks lovely. Yeah. Lovely the way she's quilted it. I've seen quite a few over the last few weeks, and I'm really pleased of how they've turned out. So thank you for everyone doing a great job. It's really good.
So how do you start designing this? Is this something that you'd sit and draw smaller scale, or do you just go for the big one?
Yeah, so I do it on my iPad usually. I used to do it. I used to tape paper together and draw it like that, whereas now I've got Procreate on my iPad, so which allows me to do quick little drawings, and then I can do another layer and then another drawing over the top, and then I just keep playing with it until I get the right size, and then Nick, my husband, puts it on CAD and then makes the template for me. So it's a team effort.
Yeah. Yeah. And did you imagine it being this big? Is that exactly what you started with?
Yeah, I did. Well, a lot of the time, Nick's like, "Oh, that's a lot of paper," and I was like, "No, we're going big." Yeah, and but I just wanted it to really stand out, and also for people to be able to adapt it if they didn't want to do it. Is the Year of the Horse, like you say, it could be for anything.
Yeah. No, it's a lovely piece of artwork.
Thank you.
Yeah. Oh no, we've got so I'm just sitting here admiring it. I think it's beautiful. The first kit we have for you, actually this is quite a big booklet. So you've got all of your pattern pieces in here as well. And love the way that they're printed on one side, so I don't have to trace them off.
No, you just take them out and tape it together.
And your fabrics, you've got a bright red bumbleberry, which is Lewis and Irene, a I know this one, it's called a flutter something, isn't it? Flutter blender. And then, how difficult is this to sew?
It's really easy.
Because it's fray all over the place.
And if you have an applique mat, if you have the Millwood applique mat, you can use that. I should have put some of that in my bag actually to show you, but yeah.
Right, okay, you're going to convince me, I know, if we've got any left. That's a big piece for what you need for that. There's loads on there.
You'll literally use you won't even use a fat quarter of that.
Oh, there's loads of that one. And then you've got an ivory backing fabric on there as well. Will I need more backing fabric for the back? Or is it?
Yeah.
And H20 for it?
Yes.
Lovely. How big is it? How much will I need?
Knowing me, I probably did. Is it on the front?
37 inches, so you'll get away with a metre.
Yeah.
So a metre of backing fabric, and you've got bumbleberries for the binding. There'll be enough of that.
Yeah, there's enough. Yeah.
A metre backing fabric and a metre for your 8 to 20. 8 to 20, H 630.
I was going to say, you did a lot of H's on that last hour.
Everything's numbers, isn't it? So that's your first kit, which is the red version, and it's £29.99. We do also have a blue version, which is your bumbleberries again and your flutter blender. This time your silver, what's this called?
Organza.
Organza, silver organza, and your ivory backing fabric in that as well. We've got a picture of one made up in the blue, have we? We made it in blue.
Well, somebody's done it in blue on Facebook. I demoed in the blue.
Have a look on the the Facebook fans page, then you do need to be a member of the group, so you won't be able to join straight away. You've got to wait for somebody to approve you, but I'm sure you'll be fine because I'm sure you're a very nice person. You can go for instructions on their own, if you want to. I'm getting all my sentences mixed up now. Physical, so this, I mean, you'll need a printer otherwise, but this will be sent out to you. I would go for physical with this one, even if you have to wait a couple of days for it to come through, personally. Because if you're printing this out at home, it's going to be on copy paper, and this isn't. It's what, 250 grams?
Yeah.
It's a really nice quality. So £9.99 for that. Add it to your order, 1p&p all day. If you do want the digital download, you will need a printer because you're printing out patterns, but that's fine. That's £9.99, and you'll get that instantly when you place your order. Let's have a look at Hugo. Oh, it's right there in front of me. Hugo, look at him. Oh, Hugo the Highland Cow, and he is so sweet. We have a kit for you, just in one colour for this one. So all of your instructions, templates included in here. This came to you on the 5th of December last year. Wool felt. Oh, I love wool felt. I'm really not a fan of synthetics. And I love these, what are they called? Where they've got the two colours mixed together. I can't remember.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I'm rubbish with the words.
Might say on the label. No, it doesn't. That name will come to me, but it's not one plain colour. I'm sure you'll let me know. There's 4 of you on Facebook, so one of you surely will know what I'm talking about. So there's 5 different shades of the felt, and then you've got a seeded cotton backing fabric, which is just lovely. The fabric that frames the cushion isn't in the kit. So you'll need your own for that. But any shade of grey, I think, would go well. But I think the tweedy look really suits it if you have anything like that. If you've got any wool fabric, that would be ideal for you. So all of those are £23.49. Don't have very many of those, actually. And I would imagine very, very popular. Okay, so that's that one. If you just want to go for instructions on their own, heathered. It's heathered felt, isn't it? When it's
that'll do me.
I'm sure, it's heathered. I'm probably completely wrong. Instructions on their own, £9.99, and those are the physical instructions that are posted out. If you wanted to go for the download, we have those available for you too. Same price, £9.99, but this means that you get them instantly as soon as your payment goes through. Right, love those. Really love those. How are you? There we go. That's Yui. Yui in the new. So Yui the lamb with, again, the same kind of felts included. Wool felt, lovely to work with, looks expensive, feels lovely. Nice when you're working with these kind of felts because they're running through your hands all the time. So it feels nice to work with. I have a problem with synthetics and my fingerprints. I know
what you mean, a scratchy feel. Yeah.
And your seeded cotton and your instructions all included in this one for £23.49 again. Mould, says Jenny. Mould, might be mould. Yeah, mould. Instructions on their own, if you'd like to go for those. Oh, £9.99. So that's physical instructions that will be posted out to you. And if you want to go for digital, we don't have a digital for that one. So just one that you post out for that one. And then let's have a look at Herbie the Hedgehog. We've got physical and digital for this one. And again, this is the kit for the central panel, so you'll need to add your own outside fabric to it. Do you explain how to do the flange and the instructions, or is it just the panel on the inside?
It's in the instructions as well. So you just do the border like you normally would. And then once I've turned the whole thing right size out, give it a good press, and then I just sew an inch from all the way around.
Makes it look expensive.
Just yeah.
And it's an easier way than adding
Yeah.
an extra flange around the edge. So yeah, that's a really nice technique. So Hobie the Hedgehog includes all of your different wool felts and your instructions as well. So a really lovely spring. When's Easter?
So at the end of March, isn't it?
I can't remember.
Was it the first week of April?
April the 5th,
Yeah.
apparently. April the 5th. So you've got time to make him up for Easter if you wanted to, because we've got some lovely spring Easter colours there as well. £23.99 for this one. Instructions on their own physical. On £9.99. And again, all of your templates included and your instructions in there as well. And we've got a digital for this one too. It's easy to sew. There's a lot of bits on them, isn't there? Oh, you've just sewn in the centre.
Yeah, just sew little straight stitches.
Oh, nice.
Gives it like a 3D effect.
You could hand sew that as well if you wanted to, couldn't you?
Yeah, I love hand sewing.
Digital, £9.99. And that's going to be with you immediately. We are very limited with our hair. So this is Hawthorn the hair. And those are your fabric. So this one's going to go, so if you want it, you need to be ordering this right now. And again, this is for the front piece with instructions on how to make up the cushion, but you get your own fabric for the back, so you can use any colour you like really for that one. That's £23.99, and then instructions on their own. Physical, on your screens now, £9.99. These are they. I like hand sewing felt.
It's lovely to sew with, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's just with it. Well, it's an all-rounder, isn't it? Applique, hand sewing. And like you say, such good quality felts as well.
Yeah. Yes, absolutely. Oh, and then digital is again £9.99, and that's Hawthorn. Now we do have more. So have a look on the website for those. Get ahead of the game because we might not have time to go through everything because there's loads of them. We do have a big roll of underwear, which is a 5-metre roll. Do go for the 5-metre roll. If you can stop, it's £23.99. We do a little one, which is a strip which is about 6 inches long, because you'll get through it. If you love making a plique, then you're going to get through this one. And it's twice the size as well, so you can do bigger pieces. And you can be quite frugal with this, can't you? So save all your little bits and bobs from it. Yeah. So there's no need to waste any of this. You can use every single square inch of that one. So that's £23.99, and it's really worth it. It's really worth going for this one rather than the packet, in my view. Anyway.
No, definitely.
Definitely go big.
Always.
Is that mat?
This is the mat.
Go on then. Convince me I need a mat.
Right. I'll give you a couple of demos on what I use it for.
Okay.
So obviously you've got the two pieces. So you've got the top sheet, and then obviously you've got this rubbery bottom. So the most easiest way, where a lot of people actually see it being done, is because what happens is when you take no matter what you iron on this, it's not going to stick to it. Right. So apparently it was initially made for baking, apparently, for doing cakes and things. Sense. And so when you put this Teflon sheet over the top and put the heat onto it, the fabrics are going to stick together, but not to the mat. So there's plenty of reason why it's really good for applique, because you can get to build up your own designs and get things to stick to each other before you actually put it on your fabric, because things can move around. So especially when it comes to doing a template. So for example, I'll do that one in a sec. So first of all, I've just fussy cutted. This will work really well with some of the fabrics that you did in the first hour. So I've just fussy cutted a load of flowers, and I've just made myself a little plant pot. And then what you can do is I've already taken the backing off the Bondaweb pieces.
So if you haven't used Bondaweb before, it feels like paper.
Yeah.
Scratchy side is glue.
Yeah.
So you iron it onto the back of your fabric.
Yep.
So I shouldn't have that there, sorry. Iron it onto the back of your fabric, and then peel the paper off, but it's not sticky at that point.
It's not sticky, so it just feels really smooth.
Yeah.
When you scratch it, and like you say, you can use a pin or a pair of scissors. I tend to use the end of a scissors just to scratch it off. So don't feel like you're having to take ages to peel it off. So for the ones I haven't done here, for example, so this has still got the bonder web on the back. So I see a lot of people like take ages just to try and get the end.
But you'll fray the fabric if you do that.
Yeah.
As well.
So I tend to just give it a scratch, and it peels away nice and easy. And like you say, it's just nice and smooth once you've peeled it off. So also, when people, I've seen, especially in workshops really, when people like drawing around a template for, you know, for any type of projects with the bonder web, I find it easier to just use a normal biro or a Sharpie. Don't use a pencil or a crayon, because sometimes they can go a bit too wide.
And don't use a heat erasable pen.
And definitely don't do that. And definitely don't do that on telly. Well, you stood next to you. And so you do it with that. But when a lot of people I see tend to cut the bonder web out perfectly on the line before they put it on the fabric.
And then you're cutting it twice?
Exactly. You're cutting it twice and it can move around, so always leave a gap.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you're going to be there forever. Like you say, you're making extra work for yourself. All of my patterns, I do them so you don't have to reverse the pattern. So I always draw on the glue side on the bonder web and not the non-glue side.
Oh, okay.
But if you do draw on the other side, it's not the end of the world. It's just going to be reversed.
Right.
But I always say in my patterns whether it's going to be draw on the glue side or draw on the non-glue side.
Right.
So, for example, that horse on the Facebook page, to do a mirror image of the horse. So if you wanted one go one direction and one in the other, just draw one full template on the glue and one full template on the non-glue side. Okay. The only thing is, if you are drawing on the glue side, when you put it on fabric that's dark, you might not be able to see it. So you might just have to trace it on the other side again. Just take that a few seconds. So I've already peeled the bonder web off these, and so just by layering. So this would be a really easy project. So all you need is a bit of bonder web and your applique mat, and before you know it, you can build up a nice applique picture.
Oh, I see what you mean about that Moda fabric that we had this morning.
Yeah.
That'd be really nice, wouldn't it?
So I'm just, these are just little patterns that I've pulled out. And as I'm layering them all up, I am just making this up as I go along, so I just put this in my bag this morning, but it's actually quite a pretty fabric. It's working out nice.
But the thing is, you're arranging all of this now, but then when you transfer this over onto the fabric that you want to put it on, it's all going to fall to pieces.
Yeah, but not with this mat.
I think I know where you're going with this one.
Ah. So I'm just going to have a little play around. I'm using them all because I cut them all out, so I'm using them. I've got one more there. Right, so I've got a nice little plant pot of flowers. So I'm just going to cover this up with my sheet. So I just wasn't symmetrical enough for me. Cover that up. Always have a nice hot iron whenever you use this. Whenever you have a pleat, I very rarely turn my iron down. I always have it on high.
Right. No steam, obviously, with that.
No. And then give it a really good press. And also, this mat can take a lot of heat.
Can it?
Yeah. So
it looks like it should melt.
It does.
I like the way you can see through it as well.
And it's so say if you were using like really thick tweeds or really, really thick fabrics, it will really transfer the heat, because I think sometimes if you're using a applique using really thick fabrics, it's hard for the bonder web to glue to it. But using this mat will make it get really, really hot, so it forces that glue to stick to each other.
Have you got an ironing mat underneath the applique mat?
An ironing mat, yeah.
No, oh, okay, right.
Yeah.
I thought you were doing it straight onto the...
At home, I would, probably. But I can't today. And then you just peel it off.
Oh.
And then I've got
And has that still got the bond web on the back?
Yeah, so on the bond web, so it's, as you can see now, it's all shiny. So that is still got the glue on. And then if I just iron this bit of fabric. And then I've got a quick little project. Press that on. So that's one way of using it.
Okay. Yep, I'm sold, absolutely convinced.
And there's another way of getting, so you know, a lot of applique patterns, you have the full, so for using the horse is a perfect example. So when you put all of the pieces together, you've got a full-size template there to go.
Yeah.
Obviously, when you cut all your pieces out, for example, these bits, when you peel the backing off, the fabric will go floppy. So you want to make sure to get it in the exact placement. And to get the exact placement, you want to lay it straight on top of the actual placement guide itself. So that's another way this works really well. For example, I'm just going to do a miniature version. So in this pattern, you've got a full-size template of one of these birds. And what I'm going to do is you put it underneath. So imagine if this was the horse and I wanted it to be exactly the way I've done it here.
Yeah.
You could put all the pieces together. So I'm going to build up. So I'm going to be able to make this bird look exactly as it should because I've got the placement guide to work with. So I'll
again, peeling off the
bond web from the back of the fabric.
Just sorry to interrupt, but we're going to be selling out of this mat. I think I'm not going to get one. It was an early bird this morning, so you've got a reduced price. We took £5 off it this morning, so it's an ideal time to buy. So sorry to interrupt, but you're going to have people watching you and missing out, and then you'll be cross with me.
To me, it's an absolute must.
So I'm just hopping over it. I just want to look at this.
So.
So the outline is kind of stuck over the top of the organza.
Yeah.
So that's a really good idea then, because if you're just going to put your organza straight onto here, you've got to position it right to get because this is going to be really floppy, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because it's quite thin. So if you put all that together, even though that's organza, it's not going to burn it.
No, it's not.
So arrange all of that on the mat, and
Yeah.
then you can just slap the whole thing on
Yeah.
there and sew around. Yeah, genius. Genius. And as I'm thinking, that's a gimmick.
It's not. It's definitely not. I wouldn't be without this mat now. I really wouldn't. And I've had mine for about three years ish, and I use it every single time I sew. Like I say, for patchwork because it's really good for getting your seams nice and flat. Obviously, for applique, working with fabrics, I like to work with the organzas and things like that. Any tricky material, you can use it on absolutely anything. And so it's a lot of the times like, oh, don't use that, don't put an iron near that because it will burn. Nothing will burn with this. You'd have to leave your iron on full whack for the whole.
So with the bird that you're doing there, would you have traced off the pattern so you can cut out the fabric pieces?
Yeah.
And then use the actual pattern in the book to make the bird up?
So I've put the pattern piece underneath. I've already cut my pieces out, and I want it to. So, if you interpret the pattern, you might have the tail a little bit off when you put it on your fabric, and it doesn't quite look the same as the pattern. Whereas by building up your work directly on top of your template, and then I'm going to cover that up.
That's such a good idea, Delphine, because it is really difficult, and you see it you must see it as well when other people interpret what you're doing or they've made your design, and it's absolutely fine if it's not exactly the same as yours. It doesn't have to be, but if you want it to be exactly the same as yours, you've got the template there.
Yeah.
It has to be exactly the same.
Yeah.
Isn't it? So you're not going to get that little foot sticking out at an odd angle that looks like he's marching. It's going to
be exactly how I've done it. And I've purposely used a mixture of the thick felt and just some basic cotton here, just to show how well even the thicker fabrics will stick to each other. And like I said, You don't just give it a quick waft. You can be really brave and just keep that heat on there. And then I've peeled that off. And then you can put that directly onto your work. And now it's exactly the same.
That's perfect. I think we are going to be selling out of this mat. So again, please check out your baskets. We do have another one that's ironing board shaped, but we're just seeing if we can get hold of that at the moment to show you. So when this goes, we might have an alternative for you, but I'll keep you posted on that. What I'm thinking as well, I'm not a paper crafter at all, but when I used to work with Crate and Craft and some of the other craft channels, a lot of the crafters would use a silicone mat for, spritzing things, because they're easy to wipe clean.
Yeah.
This morning, I made a wreath before I came
you
to work
said
this morning.
She was saying this at 7 o'clock this morning.
I was using my hot glue gun, and I've never got anywhere to put it that it doesn't drip. This morning I was using a weighing scale that we used to post out big things, because it was the only flat surface that I got. So when I get home tonight, I've got to pick all the glue off it. But it's another use for that silicone mat when I'm not using applique, is to just use my glue on.
Yeah. So are you convinced?
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. I'm just kicking myself. In fact, this one that is open, I might just damage the box a little bit because I'm not going to be able to get hold of one now. But when that comes back, yes, absolutely. I think it's a genius idea.
And I think that's obviously only shown it on a small scale, but when you go in with bigger projects like that, it just makes just putting your applique is so much easier. And like you say, the ones that I'm seeing on the Facebook page, they're just incredible. Like, I'm like, oh well, you know. Sometimes I'm looking at it, I was like, I didn't realise I did it in blue. It's not mine. You know, because people can copy your patterns, literally right down to the tiny little millimetre. So.
Yeah, and that's, like I said, that's a lot of the time what you want to do.
Yeah.
You know, some people are talented enough to take your designs, or they take my designs and they'll tweak it a bit, and I'll think, well, why didn't I do that? Looks nicer than mine. But for the most part, people want to make what you've made, and this enables you to make exactly what you've made, not a millimetre out, but exactly what you've made.
And you notice it when I take it to workshops, because again, everyone can have the same pattern. It's like giving everyone the same ingredients. Everyone's is still going to taste a little bit different. But when I take these to workshops and people are using them, again, everything looks exactly the same. And I think people feel a lot like it's more sense of achievement when they can do that. So it's definitely the one thing I probably couldn't do without. Yeah. That and my iron. Yeah. Obviously a sewing machine.
And again, we've got a reduced price. The last few of those are just about to go through. So again, you go through. I know you hate hearing it, but go through to check out. Yeah. Go and check out your baskets, else you miss out. That Bonder Web on roll, that's been really busy as well. The best way to buy it, and you know, it's like bulk buying or buying from a cash and carry. If you buy the bigger ones, it normally works out a little bit more affordable than lots of little ones. But this isn't going to go off or anything. You know, you can keep it for years. And you always know that you've got enough. Half the stock sold out when everybody's checked out of this one. You know, you've got 5 metres on here. It's a lot, and it's 30 centimetres deep. Your alternative are the smaller packs, and there's nothing wrong with that, but they're only 6 inches deep, and you won't be able to get bigger designs on them. So this is the way to go. This is the one. And it's easy to store. You know, it's in its own little tube, and it's easy to use. You do have all of your instructions on there as well. So that's a leaflet that comes out. So, $23.99. We're getting towards selling out of that one. Need to be quick for that one. Right, we've got another fusum. Oh, might go for this one.
Oh, the ironing board one, the big one.
Yeah. Do you know when it was? I did a manager's special last year, and it was entirely my fault. But I blamed everything on Scott, and he got into trouble. We brought you these two. I had no idea what I was talking about with it, but I got the prices mixed up.
Oh dear.
So well done for getting hold of this for the cheaper price. We're not doing it today, no matter what a good mood Hannah is in. So this is an ironing board shape and size. So it works in the same way, it's just a bigger version of it. That's massive. I'm thinking where I put it. because my ironing board isn't in my sewing room. So I think I'm going to need a nice big mat and just sit that over the top. Oh, the sheet is included. The picture hasn't got the sheet on, but of course you need the sheet because you need to use both of those together. So that's twice the size, isn't it?
I did have that one, and because I have teaching workshops and things, I actually cut it up into smaller pieces.
Did you?
Yeah, so I can take them so people can have the same. Obviously, they're giving me back.
So how much was a small one? 23. 19.99. Yeah, if at that price, because I was thinking, well, maybe it would work out cheaper to buy this and cut it into 3. It would actually work out cheaper to buy this and cut it into 3. Anyway, that's up to you. You've also got inches and centimetres down the side as well, so it's dual purpose, got another use there. But yeah, that is, I might go for that one. I'll go for that one. Right, so let's just give you a recap before we move on of Herbie the Hedgehog and the kit that we have for you. Look how cute he is. We have hedgehogs.
Do you?
Yes.
Oh.
I don't know how long they've been there. We've only seen them, well, before they went into hibernation this year.
Oh, how lovely.
But they've got babies.
Oh, baby hedgehogs.
Baby
so cute.
hedgehogs. And they come right up to the back door to eat. And they're not tame, but they don't run away. They go into little balls. So you can sit and watch them for ages. They are good. I love a hedgehog.
You don't live near a main road then?
No.
Oh, good.
No, not at all.
I mean, you must get all sorts in your garden then.
Yeah, thankfully we don't get foxes.
Oh, yeah.
Love foxes, but not when I've got chickens. We get a lot of birds.
Yeah.
I love the birds. I can sit and watch them all day. But no, hedgehogs, so gorgeous. Noisy little devils.
What, hedgehogs?
When they're eating, yeah.
Are they? Oh, are they?
Nom, 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 nom. We buy mealworms for them. They love it. Anyway, we're talking kits, not my garden. I'm going to get one of those hedgehog homes for them for next year.
Oh, are you?
Yeah.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah, I think John's got one.
Oh, he's probably has. He backs onto fields.
Oh, does he?
He backs onto sheep fields, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Anyway, Herbie the Hedgehog, £23.99. Everything that you need to make that top bit with instructions to make up the cushion. So you'll need your backing fabric for that one. But you do have your background fabric, which is seeded cotton, and these are all wool felts. So they're really lovely to work with as well. The hair kit has sold out. That was Hawthorn. That's gone now. And the cow, the River Highland cow, is very limited stock for that one. That's what you're getting there, with all of your wool felts as well. And everything again for the central square in the cushion. For you, £23.49. Bondaweb, it's just anything that you're going for from Delphine's in this show, go for your Bondaweb as well. And you are, I don't need to tell you that. £23.49 your price for that one. Not very many of those left at all there. Right, 30%. 30% left or 30% gone? 30% left. Okay, that's of the Bondaweb, right. What are you going to do now then? Oh, hang on, sorry.
What do you want me to do?
I'm just getting all ahead of myself. We've got instructions for the Cotswold Arboretum cushion. Oh, thank you. Thank you.
That's what I did use for the bird.
There's so much stuff. Oh, that's the bird.
Yeah, and the cushion underneath. It's more about the cushion, really, but the...
Yeah. Oh, look at that. That's gorgeous. Now, this is the kit. Is that? No, it's not the kit, is it? I'm getting everything mixed up now, look. Just the instructions. And, of course, your pattern in there as well. So this is patchwork with applique, with embroidery.
Yep.
Oh, I could spend hours doing this, you know. I love this kind of look. How beautiful is that? So all of your instructions included, for £9.99. And your templates in the back of the book there as well are included for that one. And of course, you can make what you like with it. You've got the templates, you can do what you like. So you've used cotton fabric, but you use felt for the
Yeah, so I used
the
a bit
demo.
of...
Or a combination, thank you. So you can use either. And the combination of the two together looks really nice as well. So would you, I know you've machine sewn a lot of your work, and you probably would do because you're making a lot of things, you've got a time restraint.
Yeah.
Would you sit and hand sew something?
You can do, it would be lovely to hand sew.
I'd love to sit and do that.
Yeah, I did a bag recently with the felts on top, on a bag front, and I did all that was hand sewn, just to get in all the feathering details.
Yeah.
I can sit for hours doing that. In fact, I'm doing a project for next week, and that's got a lilac breasted roller on the front, which is, I didn't know this bird existed until I went onto Google and I found all these images. But if you Google it, it's the most beautiful bird.
It's British?
No, it's African.
Is it?
Yeah.
What
and
was it, a lilac?
A lilac-breasted roller.
Oh.
And it was, but Google it, it's stunning. It's so pretty, so colourful, turquoises and pinks and magentas. And so I'm going to have loads of fun sewing that. Yeah, really colourful.
I'll be Googling that later. But that's beautiful. Lots of you coming in for these. We've got digital as well as, just the physical one for those, just physical. So, and in fact, I think it's nicer to have the physical, to be honest, if you don't mind waiting a few days, because the quality of the paper is so much nicer than your copy paper that you're going to print it out of at home. Because you're going to be using this a lot. You're not just going to make one cushion cover or use that pattern once. That would make a lovely fabric, as a print.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Okay.
Just saying.
Thank you for the idea.
We have an applique cushion bundle. Is that one?
Applique.
Is that one? No, it's not that one. It's the reverse applique one.
Oh, we don't. That's the one we don't have. That's the image. That's it. That
Oh,
one.
okay, right. But we do have a bundle for that one. Okay, I got it.
I love making that. That was so lovely to make.
It's a lovely image. Okay, so your bundle is your batik fabric, and that's a bit posh,
isn't it?
Yeah, bit of velour going on there, and a nice big piece of batik. That is gorgeous. Just explain to us what reverse applique is.
So applique, normal applique is pieces of fabric that we stick on top of a background fabric, and reverse applique is that we're actually you cut out the top layer and you put it on top of a piece of fabric that shows the fabric from underneath. So a bit like that. I suppose that's reverse applique.
Yeah.
Because that sticks on the top of, so you've got the fabric underneath.
Yeah. And that looks to me an awful lot easier than if you were to do it as applique on the top and cut out all of those little tiny pieces. Would you use Wonderweb still for this?
Yes.
And you'd use your mat?
Yes.
Because that means that you can arrange all of these twigs that could bend.
Yeah.
So you've got one solid piece before it goes on your cushion front. Those are beautiful. I love this as well. It's so rich and tactile as well. It's a gorgeous kit. So it's the blues.
It sews really nice as well, that nave.
Does that? Yeah, that is lovely. It gives a real depth, doesn't it? So the batik is just one piece of fabric behind it, isn't it?
So I cut out the bit of the gaps in between the trees from the velvet.
Yeah.
And then I lay it over the top of the batik, and it's the batik that shines through. So
and then the leaves, those are sewn on top, aren't they?
They're just sewn on top.
That's really lovely. Right, so that's 1999. What are you playing at, Delphine? You'll never be a businesswoman. That's a very affordable price, considering that your instructions are £9.99. That is an amazing price for what you're getting. If you just want the instructions on their own, we have those as well. And just the physical ones, we don't have digital downloads. And again, it's £9.99. Instructions on their own for that one. Right. For this one, we have instructions on its own for this one, in both physical and in digital. So I love adding little bits of beads and things. If you're a jewellery maker, you've probably got some of these bugle beads lying around. Oh, and I love a tassel. Oh, I love pom-poms. Anyway, £9.99 is for the instructions, and that is the physical one, so it will send out to you. The velvet's lovely. And then the digital, do you want to go for those, is again £9.99. And I'm going to give you a reminder, because anything that you're ordering, Delphine-wise, in this hour, you're going to need your bonder web, and we are at risk of selling out before you even get to order yours. It's £23.99, and that is for 5 metres of your bonder web. When everyone's checked out, I've only got 10 left. Okay, those are going to go rather quickly. Oh, the other thing that I said we were going to have a look at was free motion.
Okay.
We do have some booklets for you. So pop that over there. We've got so much in this show. So we've got 3 booklets for you. This one, Free Motion Masterclass, what are we going to find in here?
So this one is going straight back to basics of free motion. So if you've never done free motion before, this is where you start. So it talks about everything from how to set up the machine, troubleshooting, basic techniques. So it's almost like a workshop, but in a book. So it's going to teach you how to do each technique as you go along. So by the time you've finished that one, you should feel quite confident and ready to start doing free motion on your projects. And it also shows examples of what have you actually used it for. So that's beginner, complete beginner.
So start with this one.
Yeah.
And then, and we've got digital for you as well, which is again £9.99. That'll be with you this afternoon. And then we move on to class volume 2. So what are we moving on to?
So we want to move on to honing in some of the skills that you did in number 1, but also we're going to learn how to do feathering, because it's all about muscle memory. So
this is feathering, isn't it?
Yeah. So this teaches you all about how to do the feathering and actually using the free motion without anything else. So basic small like whole cloth quilting. So you'll do a couple of the go back to some of the other ones that you did in the first one, but actually doing them on a more smaller scale and learn how to basically colour in with thread and making the actual stitching, the whole. So that picture there, that's just stitched. There's no applique, there's no paint. That is just all stitched.
So impressive, isn't it?
That was with your threads. That was.
Oh, was it?
Much. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That was a pleasure.
The vintage collection.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Oh. I had a message from Carol. Hi, Carol. She says, loving this section with Delphine and Debbie. Such a power. We're a power couple.
Oh, I'll take that.
The double Ds. We're a power couple. Thank you, Carol. I've never been called part of a power couple before, but I like it.
I'll take that.
And lots of templates for you to have a play around with as well in the back. And then digital downloads, sorry, I keep forgetting about that. It's again £9.99. That'll be with you straight away. You'll need a printer, of course, if you want to print off those patterns. And then volume 3, is this for experts now then?
Yeah, so this is for actually how you doing applique with free motion.
Oh, nice.
So teaching you where to sew, how to sew it. And also there's a couple of little projects in there for you to practice.
I love photos.
So rather than just using free motion to fill a negative space on a quilt or whole cloth quilting, this is using doing applique.
I like that kind of technique as well, particularly if you've got a plain background. Like with the embroidery, with the free motion that you've used there, that makes it gives movement.
Yes.
If you echo around whatever it is, I mean, with the caravan, if that was a little car, you could make it look as though it's moving. Because it gives like when you see the wind described or something, and you get the curls coming out of the back. But it doesn't detract from the applique. It just adds to it.
Yeah.
And if you do have just a solid colour, not a textured blend or anything like that, but just a plain colour in the background. This can add so much interest to it. But I'd say I love things like this as well, because if you stipple and you do things really, really close together, the bits that you don't do kind of pop up.
Yeah.
They stand out
Gives
more.
it like a trapunto effect.
Yes,
Yeah.
it does. It's ever so clever. It's really interesting, and you're going to find it really easy to do because you've got one half of the power couple explaining to you how to do it. So you can't go wrong there. £9.99 for your physical, and £9.99 for your digital. Is there anything you can show us free motion?
Yeah, sure. I'll
We're
use the
rabbiting
birds.
on a bit. We've only got 10 minutes.
So whenever I do free motion or when you practice, I don't put a backing on the back. This is where you definitely need a you've got me saying H640.
505.
80/20.
80, oh, right.
Yeah. So, yeah. Ideally, you wouldn't use a polyester because obviously it's just going to stick to the teeth. So I haven't actually done a stitch on this yet, so I'll have to see. So let me just have a quick test first. I haven't dropped my feed dogs. No?
So drop your feed dogs.
Drop my feed dogs.
Darning foot on your machine.
Yes.
If you, or your free motion darning foot, same thing. If you're not sure how to fit yours, they're pretty much standard on most sewing machines, but have a look in your sewing machine manual. Just to see if there's a different way of doing it for your machine. You will need the specific foot for your machine, don't go buying a universal one. So if your machine doesn't come with one, then get in touch with the manufacturer. And what about stitch length?
So this stitch length, because my machine just automatically goes to it, but some people go to 0. But the thing is with the stitch length, you're in control of it really.
Yeah.
So, but every machine's different. So I'd Google your manufacturer and just double check that way. But you know your machines a lot more than me. So what would you say?
I don't adjust my stitch length. When
I
I've done any research or anything, it always says go to 0. But as Delphine says, you're in control of it. So if you move your fabric quickly, you're going to get a long stitch, and if you move it slowly, you get a small stitch. The only thing I'd say is if you haven't done this before, do practice that because you want the speed to be consistent. Otherwise, you will have long stitches, short stitches, long stitches, short stitches.
Just keep the speed consistent. On a machine this fast, you want to go down to about 70% of the speed. So this can do something like 1,200 stitches per minute or something like that. So I will actually reduce it. But you don't want to go too slow. You want to be able to keep consistent speed. So now I'm happy that that's actually sewing. So for example, I'm going to go on the flowers actually.
Do you reverse stitch when you start, like you would
No.
do with the seam? Right.
No. What I do is just do a couple. So it's ideal if you have a spare bit of fabric and a bit of wadding next to your machine, where before you begin to sew on each time, you just have a quick go, have a look at the back, make sure that there's no feathering or eyelashes on the back, make sure everything's happy with tension. I don't touch the tension on my machine either. So for a basic stipple effect, sorry, I got me. What's it called?
So pedal migrating.
So a basic stipple. You basically just want to keep the speed pretty consistent, and you don't want to cross over any of the lines. You just want to keep it moving, and for a nice easy stipple effect, just keep moving the fabric between your fingers, and all that's going to do is a really nice way to do a negative space on your quilt. So I've done that one quite small. In the first lesson, you will actually learn to do that on a bigger scale. But the smaller you can get that, the more you're going to be able to create this type of effect. And I haven't brought one with me. If, for example, in the sample of that book, the tighter you do it, it's really going to make everything else stand out.
Yeah.
And it's a lovely way to quilt a negative space. But if you're going to do it where you want it to feel a bit harder than that, I will do the applique first with just the wadding underneath, and then I'll 505 spray the backing on because it will make it stand out even more.
Yeah.
So because it makes it go like almost hard. So that's how I'll do it if I wanted it to really stand out. So and then we've got our feathering. So the feathering is all about muscle memory. It's like drawing with fabric, so drawing with the thread. So to do that, you do one heart or an ear. Then you go straight in with another one, and then I do the bump back method. So you're going over what you've just sewn. Then you sew another leaf or feather, and then you get halfway, and then you bump back. And then you can go in loads of different directions, and it's a really quick, easy way of filling a negative space. Already I've filled it a lot quicker than I have that bit there. And with that, like you said, that the echo effect, this is probably the easiest one out of all of them. So what you do is just straight lines, sorry, wiggly lines that you echo, and this can fill a space really, really quickly. And it gives loads of movement and extra texture. And so you can echo around that. So I use that to go around the horse. So I use the shapes of, say, its nose to go all in, you know, to going downwards. And then as it's come up to the ears, I've let it flick out and then change direction to go over the hair. But that, all it is forward and back, wiggly lines and echoing around your shapes. And then with the applique, you want to go close to the edge, but not right over, right to the edge. I say about 1/8 of an inch. And then that allows you to put extra detail. And also, you're not doing extra detail, but you're also actually getting it all stuck down at the same time. So then I could go around these flowers, because if I was doing this with a blanket stitch, I'll be there all day. But by doing free motion over the applique, you get it done a lot quicker.
And I think while you're outlining like that as well, if you go around a couple of times and your lines are wobbly, if you go around twice or 3 times even, it looks deliberate.
Yeah.
If you just go around once and it's wobbly, it looks wobbly.
It looks wobbly, yeah. So if you do it, like you say, if you do it a couple of times, it's part of the feature, isn't it? And then with doing it with the applique, you can sort of have a bit of a play with your applique. For example, here I'm just going to follow some of the lines of that poppy, and then you can give it extra detail at the same time as sewing it down. So I'll do that again. So I'll go around, and like you say, go back over your lines. So one thing I say in free motion, it's like driving a car. You always look where you're going and not where you've been.
Yes.
So it's always about thinking ahead. So, because otherwise you're going to keep stopping and starting. So if you do like the pebble effect, I've got a space left here. So you'll do one circle, and then you've got to go, right, where am I going to now? It's okay to stop with the machine going in one place like that, whereas a lot of people just stop. Whereas the machine, when it's doing free motion, it just wants to sew, it just wants to do its job. It doesn't want to keep stopping and starting. So it's almost like practicing on always having a plan of where you're going to go to next.
And, you know, if you do make any mistakes, by the time you finish quilting the whole quilt, even if it's the size of a cushion cover, you're not going to know.
You're not going to know. But I always say practice with the dark thread, because you're going to see all your mistakes. You're going to see them, but you're not going to learn from them if you don't see them.
Yes.
So don't practice with a white thread on white fabric. Practice with black on white, or vice versa. And then once you've mastered that a couple of times, that's when you say you can go and quilt a cushion or whatever, and you won't be able to tell because you're going to use the same thread on the same fabric. But the more confident you get, you're going to start using coloured thread on. So
variegated thread's nice.
Variegated thread. I love a variegated thread on like a navy background, like a dark, like midnight background. A lovely way to quilt your work, and it adds to the whole thing. So it's free motion is one of those. It's not to be scared of. It's just one to just take your time. Trust the process. Make sure you've got good thread in your machine. Make sure that you haven't got any lint or anything built up in there. And it's just practice makes perfect. But you're in control of it.
Yeah.
So that's why people say, oh, I don't like free motion because I'm not in control. I'm like, you're more in control of the machine than when you are doing a straight stitch. So it's just about giving it a go.
One other little thing, I don't know if you're the same as me, but when I'm doing free motion embroidery, my shoulders go up like this, and it gets really tense. And last time, I did tell you when we were in, it was a quilt about the size of that I made, and I can't stop once I get started. I do the whole thing. Yeah. And by the end of it, I could hardly move my neck. Yeah. There's a name for it.
Is there?
Tech neck.
Tech neck?
It's tech neck.
Oh, love that. Well, next time, just have a gin.
Yeah.
Have a couple of gins and go sewing. You'll have loads of fun.
In fact, if you've had a couple of gins before you sew, this is an ideal technique for you because you can really
you won't care. You'll be an expert when you've got your hangover the next morning.
So did you say you're in again next week?
Yes. Yeah. Next Tuesday.
Oh, I'm in on Wednesday. I shall miss you.
And I'm doing a really lovely... It's a shame because I've got a really lovely project which I think that you'll really like.
Oh.
Yeah, so
I should be watching anyway.
Yeah.
I might message in.
Yeah, message in to tell me if you like it or not.
All right, well, thank you very much.
No, thank you,
Thank you. I had a really fun day.
It's lovely
today.
to see
Thank you. Right, I wasn't listening to Hannah at all and I've no idea what I'm talking about. Okay, Free Motion Masterclass Booklet 1. Is this one? So this is for beginners. This is going to explain to you what free motion is, what you need from free motion, what fabrics to use, how to set up your sewing machine and how to get yourself going. So this is going to give you confidence. Or if you haven't, free motion for a while and you need a bit of a refresher, then this is a good one to get hold of. We have physical, we have digital, and they're £9.99. What a great gift for somebody that's just got a new sewing machine. Because most sewing machines you can do this, you don't need anything special apart from your darning foot. If you want to go for are we doing digital? Okay, it's on the website, we're running out of time now. This is volume 2. So this one includes that feathering that Delphine has just shown you, and absolutely beautiful. So we're moving on a step here. So this one is a little bit more in depth with technique. £9.99, and then volume 3 is all about the applique. This is a bigger one, I think, isn't it? Feels heavier than the others, but it's still £9.99. So all of your applique techniques and ideas as to what kind of projects you're going to use those on as well. And again, that's £9.99. Right, well, do stay with me for a little while longer because we've only got one more hour to go, and we're crashing on prices. I think I'm crashing through the bottom of the floor. So while I go and fix the floorboards, you go and make a cup of tea, and I'll see you again in a couple of minutes.
Come and join us every morning at 7 a.m. on our webpage before we go live on the show. So make sure you log on to our website and go to the Watch Live page. At 7 a.m. each morning, you will see a selection of products, all with a special deal, which will be available for that hour only. And this will, of course, be included in your 1p&p each day. Enjoy an extra special early morning treat every day from 7 a.m. on SewingStreet.
Nesting seams is a really good way of getting perfectly matching seams. We use them a lot in patchwork, but they're also really good for dressmaking as well. So I've sewn these two separate pieces of fabric together and I want to join them. So what you do for nesting seams is press the seam allowances over to one side. So with this one, I'm going to press them over to the left. So you could do that from the wrong side. I also like to give it a little press from the right side, just gives it a neat finish. Now, with the other seam, I'm going to press this one over to the other side. So the seams are pressed over to that way, and then I'll give it a little press from the right side. Then you take the two seams, and because I want them to sit exactly one on top of the other, if you take the top fabric and pull it very gently, it stops. It stops just there, and that's the nesting of the seam. Because the seam allowance is higher this side on this one, and higher on this side, it makes the seam nest. So all you have to do now is pin, then sew them together.
We're proud to have some of the most skilled and experienced experts in the industry. They're brought to you here every day on SewingStreet.
A little tip for when you're measuring yourself, either for making a pattern or for buying shop-bought clothes. Take a piece of elastic, because it's really important to find where your natural waistline is. All you do is you just tie it around yourself. Doesn't matter how tight, because it's not going to be a waistband or anything like that. You just tie it around your waist, like that, and then leave it for a little while. Move around, do a bit of exercise, do a bit of housework, do a bit of tidying up. And when you come back, right, this will be in your natural waistline. So if you're drawing a pattern, every single line emanates from your waistline. And if you're buying clothes, you will get your natural waist size. For example, this is my natural waist and I measure 41 here, but I buy 36 jeans. So which one's right? Not the 36. My natural waist is a 41.
Hi, it's Tilly from the beginner-friendly sewing pattern brand Tilly and the Buttons, and I'm so excited to be coming on SewingStreet on Wednesday the 11th of March at 8 a.m. to tell you all about my brand new book, Learn to Sew. If you love making your own clothes or you'd like to start and need a friendly guide to help you out, then make sure you tune in. See you then.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to SewingStreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street.
So we're going to have a busy hour again in this hour. It seems every day I've been here, they've saved all of the busy shows till the last one, when I just want to sit down before I go home. It's going to be, right, we've got all this, we've got this. Mind you, keep me awake anyway. We have got panels in the show and we've got price crashes in the show as well. Hannah promised this morning, Hannah, producer in my ear, she gave us 2 early birds. When she should have only given us 1. She reduced the price of a sewing machine by £500, but I don't know how she's still got a job. And she has promised a late bird. I can't remember what it was because it seems like a year ago that we talked about it. But I think we might have a few late birds in this one too. And in fact, we've probably got about 20 late birds in this one. But all panels and all price crushes as well. So are you ready? If you don't want to keep up with me through everything, have a look on the website now and shop ahead. It's all the SewingStreet.com. Right, for the first 5-inch charms, we are going to drop that price down to under £10 at £9.99. It's 100% cotton. There are 40 coordinated vintage-inspired squares for only £9.99, and it's a big panel, 127 centimetres. Oh no, they're not. So I'm reading that, and I can't see properly. 140 centimetres wide by 60 centimetres deep. Love these designs. Oh, half stock sold out. Oh, here we go. Love the colours on this. They are soft. They are muted. They look like something from the 1950s, that kind of colour palette and era. Oh, right, that's going to go. That's going to go. Wait till you... So go for that one. Stick on there. This is also Floral Bounty. So if you've already gone for your squares, maybe you'd like to go for this one to make projects with matching fat quarters, which are huge fat quarters. Remember, if you've already ordered the other one, the one that we just showed is 5-inch squares, you still only pay 1p if you want to go for this as well. So don't kick yourself thinking, oh, but I've just placed an order and now I want this one as well. Because you can still have it without paying that extra postage. So much detail in these. They remind me of the kind of things that my mum and my auntie used to wear in the 1950s and 60s, like tea dresses with big skirts and boat necklines and sleeveless little tops. It just has that vintage kind of aura about it. And the colours reflect that as well, because they're soft. They're almost like a washed out kind of colour. But so much detail going on with the flowers. Love this colour of the background as well, like a duck egg blue. There's so many pretty flowers on there. Actually, from a distance, you can see like a pattern with the red, can't you? Don't see that up close. And then with like a minty green background for this one, cushion covers. You could have 4 really decent size. Well, you can do 18-inch square cushion covers with these. You'd have your own fabric on the back, on the backing. Remember, and that's so 4 completely different. Or you could use each one of those to make a bag with as well. With again, you're going to need your lining, but at these kind of prices, why not use one of these as the lining as well? Because we've taken £7 off the price for all of this for just £12.99. It should be £19.99. Oh, we're down to single figures on that one. Well done for getting hold of yours. Okay, then we have, let's go over here and have a look at this one. I'm not folding these up, I'm afraid, very neatly at all, so sorry about that. Sorry about that. But want to be quick because we've got so many. We've got more than an hour's worth of panels here. This one, Sashiko multicolour, which you can choose to embroider over if you wish, or not. Have I picked the wrong one up? Has that gone? What have I done? I have got JUUU17. Oh, we've got a JUUU and a JGUU. Is it a JGUU? We'll have a look at that one in a second. This is JGUU. JGUU. You don't need to worry about that. Oh, this is Delphine inspired. So 40, the 5-inch squares, again, 40 of those. Some of them have got a border, just like with the one I was just showing you. You can embroider over those as well. You can use this for applique. You could cut out the individual shapes, or you can just use it as a big panel, just like this. We're going under £10 with this one, at £9.99. Tell you what I like with these, because it's got the white border around it. If you pinch that and top stitch, it actually looks as though you've got a little bit of like a piping, like a border around it. It's quite a nice effect, so have a play with that. You've got plenty to play with on these. They are huge. And you know, it's that teal mustard kind of look, and the plums that we had in Moda, and the Moda show at 8 o'clock this morning, isn't it? Half the stock sold out of that one, I'm afraid. Right, so that's that. Now the Sashiko panel. JGGU. No, that was JGGU. That was JGUU. This is JGUU. JGUU. And this is the Sashiko panel. So this one is a, where's the name gone? Cara Ackerman panel. You could stitch over them if you want to. You don't have to if you don't want to. Love the way that we've got the small ones there as well. That would make a really nice piece of patchwork, wouldn't it? We're going down to £12.99, so you've got a £5 saving off this one as well. All 100% cotton, all 140 centimetres wide for this, okay? Huge, huge. Let me just hold that up for you. So it's that big. So the 2 panels, those are 5-inch, I don't know, that's bigger than 5-inch squares, isn't it? Bigger than 5-inch squares. Could measure it, couldn't I? Could measure. I've got a tape measure or a ruler or just something I could. That applique mat's got measurements down the side, hasn't it? I could borrow one of those to use if you like. No? Okay. I will buy one of those, thank you. Right, I will buy one of those when they're back in stock again. 6 1/4 inches, that one is, and the little ones are 2.5 inch squares. More in baskets than we have. Excuse me, I'm afraid for that one. Right, now we're going to go, hang on a minute. UU. Oh, UU. Who puts the numbers on there? Why can't we just call them what they are? Right, so here. Oh, gosh. Oh, this one's big. What's this one? Oh, this is a Stuart Hillard shopper bag design. Stuart's not here, is he? Oh, was he in Australia? I didn't know he'd gone to Australia. Oh, well, he's not going to be watching, is he? Let's do something with the price. We're going to take £5 off. So it should be $19.99. It's now $14.99. It has instructions. Joy to the world. I thought it was a poem for a second. You've got your instructions all down one side, and all of the pattern pieces are named. And with panels like this, I don't think Stuart would mind at all. If it says internal pocket or anything with lining on, then you can use those for another project as well. So if you use some of your own, because that stripe is actually really nice. But they're lovely colours. It's nice to see a bright red as well. So the most wonderful time of the year on the front, and then you've got sewing little bits and bobs, and joy, look, with a church inside the bauble there as well. So again, $14.99. That's a huge panel. We've only got 3 left. All right. Okay. That one. So over here, we have Moda. Is that one? Moda panel with bees on. Oh, that's nice fabric. There we go. That's the one. Is that the one? So oh gosh. So this is Moda. Oh, that's a nice panel. All you need to do is quilt it. Don't even have to make anything from it. And we're going to crush the price again. Oh, that's $15.99. That's a good price. And it's Moda. And we're going to take it down to £9.99. Oh, that is fabulous. Are they having a party next door? Have they been on the sherries? And then you've got the bees in the centre there and the beehive. But it's all quite abstract, and that black background really makes this stand out, doesn't it? And it's nice quality fabric. It's Moda, so it would be, wouldn't it? But I love the colours on there as well, with the the terracottas and the greens. It just works so well together. And I think the bees are actually quite subtle. They're quite stylised, so it doesn't shout bee at you. Bee. We don't want to be. We don't want to be shouting bee, do we? So again, £9.99, taken down from £15.99. It is my last hour after 3 days. I might not be asked back again. Okay, so that's going over there. Let's have a look at this one. This is Riley Blake. I like this style. So, sewing and flowers in one panel. What have we got? I get the seed packets. Love this kind of thing. Really do. And this, it's only £9.99. Oh, this is so lovely. I love the old-fashioned type, like if you of my kind of age and you learn to type on a typewriter. It's that kind of typing. It's lovely. £6.99. I'd buy that if we had any left. Sewing seed machines. The Thistle Garden for 1875. Loads of detail on there as well. You will know them for their fruits. Grapes are not gathered from thorn bushes, nor figs from thistles. Well, I didn't think they were. But if you thought that grapes were gathered from thorn bushes, then this is just going to set you right there. Third of the stocks in baskets for those. So you've got 6 bag fronts. Perfect for a gardener, isn't it? Carol in Lancashire, hello to you. I think you're giddy with all the beautiful fabrics, so I would need to check my pockets on the way out. Tempting, but I wouldn't do that. I've only got little pockets. Right. we're over this way now. BUU. BUU. We're going to go to here. Ooh. This is the Battle of Britain applique, which is in conjunction with Delphine. Delphine was in the RAF, wasn't she? Oof, there we go. So, nice. Well, it's a huge panel again, look. You've got strips, 2.5 strips of Union Jacks across the bottom you can do what you like with, and then you've got all of those planes. You can cut those out and applique them onto your sky there if you wanted to. Use those individually on other projects if you wanted to use that as well. But it's a really clever idea because there's lots that you can do with it. So the panel's actually that way. So you can make a nice big long wall hanging, something to hang up in the window, maybe, for later on in the year. And yeah, lots of you to get on with there. Lots of projects for you with this one. It's a really, really big sheet. And it's £12.99, down from £19.99. So shall we have a bit of steampunk next? Okay. So X what are we? XN. That's the one. Why can't you just put numbers on there? Just numbers will be fine. Okay. Oh, I like this one. So, Debbie Moore Designs. Oh, so this is Finn, our floor manager. And this one's Hannah, look, with the ginger hair. It actually, no, I don't want to spoil this for you, but it looks like she's got something in her hand here that she's about to belt him over the head with. Don't you think? But very atmospheric, very smoky in the back. I know it's a Zeppelin. It's a big thing to whack him over the head with, isn't it? I wonder if this is a real building. I wonder where it is. Let me know if you recognise it. I like his shoes. And then over this side, you have, what size are they? 10-inch squares on this side. There we go. And again, lend themselves to embellishment, I think, with those. So if you like that steampunk kind of look, then that is a good one for you too. Oh, there's not many of those left, are there? All right, we have another steampunk one, which is this one. We have Hannah Producer and we have Hannah Floor Manager. And we've got so many of these panels, you can probably see the edge of them here, that Hannah Floor Manager spent what must have been an age putting everything in alphabetical order, so I know exactly where to go to pick out one. That's the kind of dedication that everyone has here. She said what? So Hannah Floor Manager put them in alphabetical order and Hannah Producer, so I don't know what the alphabet is. Here's Finn again, look. Here's Hannah with a Zeppelin. These are saucy young ladies, aren't they? What's that? That's a belter of a weapon. Price is coming down, $4.99. Wow, $4.99. Oh, that's half price. $4.99 from $9.99 for that one. Lovely quality of fabrics, and these are all ours in house, so they'll be coming to you directly from us as well. But only £4.99. Go for a couple of those. I can see no stock. Is it sold out? Yeah, so that one's gone. That one's sold out. DE, got it, because they're all in alphabetical order. All right. Oh, now this one is rather special, because if you love your Pollyanna Pickering paintings, these are her paintings on tote bags, or one, a tote bag. You could make two if you just use those on the front. Instructions to make up said tote bag are on the side there, and then there's some bits and bobs of applique down the side, just so that you don't have a white space. But these are they're really special. So these at some point would have been an actual painting. You get all of that detail. She's an amazing artist, and they've even got her signature on, so that they are literally taken from the painting itself, and then we put together with the background and the colours that really bring out the softness of the tones there. Oh, look at that, gorgeous, so majestic. Yeah, watch back any of those shows if you haven't seen them already. She's was a very talented lady. And I've actually seen all of these. I've visited the country. Thoroughly enjoying the show today. I'm recovering from hip surgery. Oh, I hope you're okay. I hope you're okay. So I'm able to watch the telly. Can you still sew, Michaela? Can you, well, you can hand sew, can't you? Hope you get better soon. Right. APU, oh, you would be the very furthest one away. There we go. So this is an Amber Makes panel. AP, oh no, I've got the right one. Oh no, I've got ARUU82. You want a B, a P or B? P, a P. I thought you said B. Oh, I like this one. Hannah, producer, just says, I'm not sure we should have this one. But everything's got a crash, so sorry about that. £9.99 instead of £14.99. So I hope the other presenters aren't watching today. We've been doing all kinds of things with their products. These are lovely colours as well, aren't they? Be happy. See, I never told you before, but my eldest granddaughter who's learning to sew is called Beatrix, and they call her Bee for short. So anything with bees on, she loves, and she'd love this one. I hope there's some left of this. I'll buy her that. Probably won't be, will there? No, we're down to single figures with this one now. Altogether, there are 40 of those on there. They normally say, don't they? 45 by 5 inch square squares. It's been a long 3 days. And we've got gift tags on the side of this one as well, look. So they're really pretty, lovely design, really impressed with that one. Right, we've got less than a handful left of those now, so that's going to go. And the other one, ARUU. And yeah, even though I've taken them away, if you've got them in your baskets, you've still got them, okay? But you do need to go and check out. I just want to get through as many as I can because we've got loads of panels. This one's going down to under £10 from £14.99. And these are full length. I know sometimes that we do those half strips, but these are full length. So they're nice long strips, and they're each 2.5 inches wide. And you could do that thing where you pinch and sew them, so it looks like you've got piping down the middle of them if you wanted to. So £9.99 is your price there. Whew, okay. So there are quite a few of those. So there's no rush. I'm not going to shout, check out your baskets, actually. That's the size. So you could cut into them as strips. You can cut them down into 2.5 inch diamond shapes or hexagons if you wanted to. Use templates with them. You could use them as they are. And what are we doing with that one? Oh, we're going down again to £7.99. This really is a great opportunity. Those of you that already bought, you do pay that final price of £7.99, so don't worry about that. It's not like buying something and then finding out 2 minutes later it's in a sale. Everybody pays the lowest price. All these are going down really quickly now. I've just lost another 10 since I looked at the screen last, so really going very quickly. Love the Ditsy prints as well. So if you are English paper piecing, These are going to be perfect because even on the larger designs, it's small enough to fussy cut, so you can get a decent design on your paper piecing pieces. That would make a really pretty quilt, wouldn't it? And it's that plum colour again, isn't it? It just seems to be the colour of the day today. But it's a lovely day. Love that colour. So why has it got green in there? It doesn't got a green in it. Oh, it has got a green in it. Right, over 20 of you ordering. Half the stocks, well, way over half the stocks gone. Everybody's checked out. So do be quick for that one. So again, you can just use that as it is without cutting it up at all. Just use it as it is, as a huge sheet of fabric. But I don't think there's any one of those designs that I don't like. I think they are all really lovely, pretty, soft and subtle designs. That's gorgeous. What's it called? Yes, you do 15. There we go. This one. Oh, that Amber Makes one sold out. We shouldn't have had that. Oh, this is another Amber Makes. Rebecca isn't in Australia by any chance, is she? Oh, no. It's William Willie Wordsworth. We're on close terms. Willie Wordsworth quote. So, find then my heart with pleasure fills and dances with the daffodils. And then my eyes. And then we've got the daffodils in the centre, and irises, a host of golden daffodils beside the lake, beneath the trees, fluttering and dancing in the breeze. I'm sure I haven't done that justice. Lovely. I mean, these are Easter again, aren't they? If you do decorate for Easter? We don't tend to do Easter. But if you do, it's these kind of spring colours, and the daffodils, of course, which are all over the place at the moment. Love the pale blue background as well. Really pretty soft colours. No quote on the centre one. And if you're making, I think a table runner would look lovely in this one. If you're having people over, then all you'd need to do is to put some wadding on the back, some backing fabric. You could bag it out. You could make some binding to go around the edge, and you've got a really lovely centre, because it's quite wide. A really lovely centrepiece for your Easter dinner as well. But I don't think we should have it really. Because it's Amber Makes and because it's spring, I think we might be in trouble there. But we don't care. Do what we want. All right, let's go over here. Is it that one? Riley Blake. Oh, another big one. What's that one? You Love Me. I was reading that, I wasn't telling you that. Oh, you've got to stitch this one, I think. This one, because it's the free motion that Delphine was showing you in the last hour. That would be perfect here. So 8 to 20 wadding on the back, and then I think maybe even in red thread for this one, just free motion just around the edge. Might do a little bit on maybe some grass on the bottom as well. It'll look quite nice. And it's all in a wheelbarrow look. And it's only £9.99. It should be £15.99, but we're having a price crash kind of hour in this hour. I'm thoroughly enjoying it. I just love it when you get a bargain. And it's I'm loving you at home getting the bargain. That's as enjoyable as getting one yourself. So a huge panel again, makes a lovely wall hanging, or, a tablecloth. Something for the garden, maybe, if you are having a bit of al fresco entertaining this year. Nice quality fabric again, it's 100% cotton, and it is, remember, a Riley Blake one. So you've got premium quality, and would normally, I think, be a lot more than £15.99, I would say, personally. But it's not, it's £9.99 as long as we have the stock, which is counting down like everything else has been doing in this show. Okay, let's go back to WZ, G. Ah, that wasn't in order. That wasn't in order. Oh, tulips, my favourite flowers. All right. Oh, are you? Hannah says she's going to go to a tulip field in Holland. Oh, how wonderful. Oh, I'd love to do something like that. Really do love tulips. Yellow ones particularly my favourite ones, but and there's no yellow ones on this one, you know, but just saying, you know, just putting it out there. So 4 fat quarters. Oh, they're rectangles. They're rectangles, not fat quarters. Okay. A bit a bit smaller than you would expect from a fat quarter. So you've got 4 thin quarters. It's 35 centimetres by 50 centimetres in size for the whole panel. £6.99 is your price for those. So a nice kind of stash, but £6.99. A nice stash builder or to add to your collection kind of fabric for those. And you've got those plums in there again. Very popular colour today. Gosh, third of the stock's gone. Go through to check out on those, please. You can hold on to as much as you like in the basket, but it's not yours till you go through to pay for it, I'm afraid. Right, so that's that one. Then we're back over here again. 12 days. 12 days of what? 12 days. Is that this one? No, it's not that one. Is it that one? That looks like it could be a 12 days of something. Oh, this is nice because it's Christmassy, but it doesn't shout Christmas. So it's a little bit more subtle. So 1, 2 for the turtle doves, 3 French hens, 5 gold rings. What's that one? What's 4? It's not 4 starlings. 1, oh, I can't remember now. 2 turtle doves, 3 French hens, 4 single turtle doves. Thank you, Dan. 5 golden rings, 6 geese are squawking, 7 swans are swimming, 8 buckets, 9 pair of shoes, 10 shields, 11 bagpipes, and 12 drums is what we've got there. And a nice little border around the bottom. You know the words to the song, you know. So as a panel, as a wall hanging for a Christmas decoration, unusual, different, stylish, but of course you can cut these up individually and use them as large pieces of applique as well. It's only £6.99. So if you want to get yourself a bargain for the festive season this year, I know it's only March, but there's no harm in shopping ahead, even if you put this to one side and you don't do anything with it till November. And it comes every year on the same day, so nice to get things ahead, if you will, because this won't be here by the end of the day, never mind come Christmas time. And certainly not at £6.99. So if you want to order that, you can multi-order as well, you know, if you want to make to sell. If you're having a summer stall on the market or you've got an online shop, you can have this all nicely finished by the time people start doing their Christmas shopping. Right, so we're back over here. To this one. Oh, I've got one over there. So this one is designed to be a cushion panel. There's no instructions with it, but of course you can make whatever you like out of it. So there's your main cushion piece. Natural History Collection. I've no idea what bird that is. What bird's that? Are you a bird watcher?
Not really.
What kind of bird's that? I don't know that one. It doesn't look British, does it? Don't know. Oh, mind you, it's a Natural History Collection, so it might be. If at home you know what kind of bird it is, then please do come and let us know. Don't message on Facebook because I've got no power in my iPad. So email in if you know what kind of bird that is, because I'm I'm intrigued. Now, these are the backs, so it's been designed to make an envelope back. I wouldn't. I'd use these for another project. Those are really lovely. I don't know any of those birds, actually. Maybe they're just made-up birds. And then you've got a pink panel on the end, which I have a feeling isn't to make the cushion, it's to fill up the space. So that's just something else that you can use. Love the butterflies on there as well. Loads of detail on this one too. So let me just hold that up, because we're at £7.99, which is where Hannah was meant to stop price-wise. She's rebelling. She's taken another couple of pounds off it for you and going down to £5.99. Big panel again. The square at the front, designed for a cushion cover. You don't have to have a cushion cover. You could make a bag if you prefer. Or if you went for a few of them, you could have a whole set of cushion covers, or you could quilt them together if you prefer to. But lots of detail in it, and I love the colours. They're quite subtle. Quarter of the stock's gone when everyone's checked out of that one. £5.99. Wow. So we've got lots left. You know, we're never going to get through all of these today, are we? Do you reckon? We're going to get through all of them. There's loads to go yet. Right. So we're going to go to... We're going to go to that one. Thank you. Excuse me. Voice is going now. So, oh, pansies. Pansies are happy little face flowers, aren't they? Excuse me, right. So like the seed packets, old-fashioned seed packets, with the plique pieces down the side as well. And you've got instructions on there how to make the tote bag. But this doesn't have pre-cut out corners, so if you wanted to make something else out of it, then you can do. You'll need your own lining fabric for this one. And you're not going to be paying £19.99. We're taking it down to £12.99 for that one. That was really lovely. I love the colours on that one as well. The Farmers Market collection, this one is gorgeous. Let's move on to this one, because it goes with it. Is this an apron? Okay, let's open it right up, because this will be a big panel. Fabulous. So instructions on the side onto how to make the panel up. So there's the front, there's your instructions. Now that's a pocket outer and that's a pocket lining. I'd be tempted to make a zipped pouch out of that and not have a pocket on there at all. And of course, if you want to add a lining to this, give it a little bit more stability, then that's a lovely idea as well, particularly if you're gifting it or making to sell, then I think a lining would work really well. And you're not going to lose the instructions or pay any extra for them, because they're right there on the panel, right in front of you. And these are the waist ties and the neck ties that go on the sides there. So it's a very simple design to make. And of course you've got your applique pieces, just so that we can fill up that space for you and give you a little bit extra. So gone down £5 this one, from £14.99 down to £9.99 for the apron. So that to go with the bag, I think, is a lovely idea. Let's move back to nature with, let's open this one out. Fabric strips going down from, this is a big one, from £14.99 to £10.99. Let's give that a shake. It's huge. Wow, that's a massive one. And that goes with the cushion panel with the bird that we couldn't identify earlier on. Oh, I like the way that the design goes over the stripes. So yes, you can cut them out, but I wouldn't with this one. I'd use that fabric just as it is. Isn't that, I really like that. The design just kind of goes all over them. So it looks like the fabric's been pieced together at the back of the birds being appliqued on the top. Butterflies are different because they kind of break it up. But the same on the bottom there, little birds, just, I love birds. And the dainty flowers and those really really trendy kind of colours on there, but they're very gone, sold out, so I'll shut up now. There I was, romanticising those wonderful birds, and you've gone and bought them all. I was in full flow then. Thank you. VNUU, 91 over there. Oh. Sorry, I wasn't howling. I just saw cute animals. Oh, look, he's having a scratch. No, he's not having one of those. He's having a scratch. So we've got raccoons and bear and deer and rabbits. Oh, and are they... Is that a wolf or is it a dog? Like a dingo type dog. It's a very North American kind of design, isn't it? But you've got those same mustardy kind of colours. I've never seen a skunk before. Loads of detail on it. I love the trees in the background as well. And then occasionally, these are all of the animals, are these kind of grouped together, which is quite nice. And they've got the trees on their own, and the plainer backgrounds have got a textured print on them, so they look like linen. Bet they're not. Is that sold out? Okay. Let's go to this one. So we've got the alphabet on this one. About the whole alphabet. Oh, these are pretty. So Hannah, if you weren't aware, this is what the alphabet looks like. But with flowers. Crafty Witches, this one. And £9.99 is a £5 saving. So the whole 26 letters, and then you've got these extra pieces which are reflected in the colours of the flowers that you see on the on those panels as well. And these will be 5-inch squares. Yes, 5-inch squares. And you've got 40 of them in total. They just look lovely together. So when you could pick out individual letters if they're meaningful, but I'd kind of just like the whole alphabet displayed like that. I think it's really pretty. Love the colours as well. Bit of plum in there again. Very much on trend. We're loving plum today. Plum and peacock. Let's have a look at this one. Oh, another big one. You can feel it's quite heavy, this one. Oh, and it's all fabric strips. There we go. So, oh, that's a good price, Hannah. It was £19.99. It's now £10.99. So it's around about half price for this one. And it's another one of those where the print goes over the edge of the stripes. I think that's a very clever idea. Love that strip as well with the gardening tools and seed packets and the bees and the gazebos and things on it. Then we've got lots of garden furniture, so perfect if you're making something for the gardener, even if it's just something like a kneeling pad. You could make maybe 6 kneeling pads out of this for your £10.99. Good if you're going to sell things as well. You've got lots of fabric. It's really different. It's not something that you're going to find on the high street because these will be exclusive to SewingStreet. So you're not at risk, unless anybody else has shopped here, of selling the same things, the same product as anybody else's. So it makes your products a little bit more unique. So if you are buying the fabric to make things to sell, then these kind of products, I think you can put the price up a little bit more because you've paid less. Nobody can kind of price compare, because it's pretty unique. And lots of elements in it as well. The wheelbarrows, we've got bees, gardeners, and even if you're EPPing, if you're English paper piecing, lots of small designs that you can fussy cut on here as well. Oh, gosh, really busy for this one. Really busy for this one. Not surprised at all. Lovely soft colours again. but I love all of the greens for the garden. I mean, you can use it just as one big sheet of fabric. You can make a tablecloth out of that, just as it is. You can quilt it, you can back it, you can bind it, you can make bags out of this, cushion covers, things for the garden, things for the gardener. Maybe a tool belt or a barbecue apron, or a tool roll to keep your barbecue tools in would be a nice one. So all garden themed. It's even got snails on there. For £10.99. Right. Let's have a look at the Impressionist panel. So these are cushion fronts, but again, they're squares, so you can make bags with those as well. There we go. So in conjunction with the National Gallery, so we've got the morning walk there, and bathers and bathers, and the rainbow, and late afternoon in our meadow, all Impressionist paintings. Love this kind of style because it's there's a lot going on with it. Lots and lots of detail on that. And you may recognise the paintings as well. They may be meaningful for you. £9.99 your price for that one. Should be £14.99. Right. We're not going to get through everything. Have a look on the website. Let's have a look at Foxy here. So this was, or is, a Delphine panel that she made with Lewis and Irene. Oh, how lovely. Yeah, it's very Delphine, isn't it? The colours, the artwork, lots of applique shapes if that's what you wanted to use them for. I mean, that's what you're going to make up. All right, so all of these applique pieces go on the large panel, and then you've just got a load of squares on there as well to do what you like with it. But that's what you're going to be making if you want to. So on the largest panel, there's a black space at the bottom here. So that's where you're going to put all of your applique. So you're going to need that applique mat that we had in the last hour. And iron them all together, and your Bondo web, get that big roll of Bondo web because you're going to need a big piece for this, and then press them over the top, put your 8-20 wadding on the back, and then you can embroider or stitch or free motion or do whatever you like with those to finish off that panel. It's gorgeous. It does give you not instructions, but what else you will need to make it. So that's great. And it's only £9.99. I'm glad she's gone home instead of £14.99. We keep doing this to people. Oh, that's lovely. Let's take the price down. So again, £9.99. That's a Delphine. We have a couple more that are Delphines. That's got to be a Delphine, hasn't it, with those colours? Let's have a look. So this one is a zebra. Right. So this is a little bit like, you know how Delphine, if you're watching in the last hour, was showing us how to put all the fabric pieces over the pattern and then she ironed them on. It works in that same kind of way. So you've got all of these different coloured fabrics. The instructions are on the bottom here as well. So you cut out all of those pieces. So that's your pattern as well as your backing fabric. And then you're going to Bondo web them on and stitch around them as you like. And that is what you're going to make. What a clever idea for a panel, isn't it? So it's not just cutting out outlines and sewing them together, it's using this as applique. You need your Bondo web and you're going to need that applique mat. If you sold out the small one, go for the ironing board size one. Because this is a big panel that you're making. By the time it's finished, it's going to be that big. So that's a Delphine one. And I don't see anything that shouts Delphine at me, unless it's the bike. Is it the bike? That's Riley Blake. That's a Paris one. I've got one with cats on. That's not Delphine, is it? Is that Delphine? Right. With all of the other panels that we probably won't have time to see, all of the prices are going to crash. So if you've seen something on the website that we don't have time to go to now, you will pay a lesser price than you see on the website. Hannah's promised. £9.99 for that is a £5 saving off the usual. And you've got 2 fabric strips, which you can cut into. You can just use it as one big panel if you wish. I'd go for the one big panel option. So that's the Secret Garden with those really lovely little furry friends there and butterflies. Okay, £9.99, that's a £5 saving. Beautiful flowers on there as well. Another nice springtime kind of project, that one. So there's the top one, and there's your bottom one, which is different colours and different characters there as well. Should we have a look at is it the push bike one? Okay. Oh, I've not seen this one before. So we've got half a bike, and then patchwork designs in the centre, and then look, the bike from the front. That's an unusual I was going to say a shot, an unusual picture, isn't it, with the bike at that angle? From the back, because you've got your little reflector there. This has gone down for £6.99, so you've got a £3 saving off the usual price. And it says in the background, cycle along the path, take a ride on your bike, gather blooms along the way, up the hill, down, across rivers and streams, and the type goes behind there, spread sunshine along the way, through fields and something else, a meadows, fresh picked flowers, pedal along. But I like that it's all kind of in a wave as well. It's like you're actually cycling along there, all on a black background with the bicycle border, so everything really pops. So that's just £6.99. Right, everything else on the website is now crashing. So there's still loads that we haven't gone through, but everything prices are going lower right now on the website. So hop over and have a look. Meanwhile, I'll give you the details of what's coming up tomorrow. Is it Vix? Sorry, tomorrow you say. Vix is there tomorrow. Launching Tilly and the Buttons Learn to Sew book with Tilly herself. Bulk buy deals at 9 o'clock. We've got sewing room tools at 10. Extra wide fabrics and pre-cuts is at 11 o'clock. And the Brother Scan and Cut with Collar Bag Shaw is at 12. I shall see you again next Wednesday. I've got 2 brand new baby chumleys coming up at 11 o'clock next Wednesday. I've also got some new templates and some kits for children to sew as well. So I shall see you again then. Thanks for spending the last 3 days with me. I've loved it. I'll see you soon. Bye-bye.